Oh my. All right. So yeah, here we are. Okay, that says end broadcast up in the right corner, and everybody's looking forward to that. And all right. Hello, everybody, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the hell are you? This is yes, little kitten. Yes, the kitten has something to say about that. This is most certainly coffee with lavender. I am most certainly the Lavender Lady, Diana Clarion. How the heck are y'all? And with me is, well, first of all, the one, the only, the brilliant, and the beautiful Kate Farr, Bionic Dance. Hello, my love. How are you?
Hi, how are you? Now I'm
Yeah.
doing okay. Life is life. Quinn Redshift is in a new film festival. That's confirmed. It's actually a local one. I'll get to actually see it at the film festival. That'll be kind of cool. That the film
Yay!
festival will be held like literally within walking distance, which kicks ass.
That's
Um,
beautiful.
like so that's cool. I'm reworking the idea for head meets because it started out as 3 panel comic strips, and I tried padding that out to a minute, and it was just really hard to do. So what I decided to do was start a sketch show instead with different short animations mixed in, sort of picture like you can't do that on television, or I guess Saturday Night Live, I don't know, or the Kids in the Hall, Monty Python, that kind of thing. Little short bits that make up a whole piece. So
Yeah,
I'm,
that
I'm
works.
working on an intro for that, and I mean that and playing Beat Saber is most of what occupies my time when I'm either high or hell not high. Uh, you know.
God, Kids in the Hall. That brings back some memories. I actually remember that one.
I'm crushing your head. That is, yeah.
Yes,
So
yes.
yeah. So that's really what I'm doing these days. That and waiting for the weather to, you know, get more outdoorsy friendly.
All right, all right.
Yeah.
And we also have with us the inimitable Mage Grey Wolf, my dear. How are you?
Yeah, not doing too bad. I had a live stream with Bree from Hive Science yesterday. That went pretty well on my
Ooh,
gardening channel.
yeah. I gotta look at your garden channel and figure out what I can do with the area at my living room window.
I'll have to do
'Cause it
do a
needs
video
help.
on.
Hmm?
I'll have to do a video on windowsill gardening or something.
Yeah, if I could just manage uh, to put together some sort of window box without getting thrown out of here. Um, for screwing something to the wall or something like that. And it would just be so nice to have a box of flowers out my window.
Well,
Aw, you should grow weed.
I did find from my own little tests that garlic grows pretty well on a windowsill.
Hmm.
Oh, okay.
I didn't get any bulbs when I tried it, but I got plenty of greens.
Man, I miss that. I had a empty lot next to me some years ago when I lived in Homestead, and I grew garlic. And oh my word, did I have a yield! That was so nice.
Yeah, and I
You
grew
know,
them in solo cups.
I tried some garlic bulbs, but they just made the light sockets all icky.
Okay.
Sorry, it's all I could think of, and I'm a complete child, so
Yeah, we knew that, but
Yeah.
that's what endears you to me.
Hmm. So, when like you've got a friend who has been working on something, like maybe they're in a play or they're playing some music or something, whatever, they're a musician, and they invite you to one of their shows, and you're like, I hate musicals or I hate jazz or whatever. So it's like as I would have a terrible time and you would ask me how you were and I'd have to say like I have no idea because I can't stand what you were doing. You may have played it very well, but you're using your powers for evil. But you have to kind of do it because it's all polite and shit. And it's like, oh, I don't want to be socially obligated to endure this, but at the same time I can't tell my friend that, can I? Well, basically, that's sort of how I feel about Mage's gardening channel. I have no interest in
okay.
gardening whatsoever. I'm sure you do it very well, but I would be bored beyond belief just because of the subject matter. And that was a very long walk for a short drink of water, and I apologize, not even the tiniest smidgen. It was a feature, not a bug.
Oh my. I have to find the manual for this headset I found. I bought it, oh, I don't know, a year ago at least, and it's been hiding. And I just found it this morning, and I can't remember how to use it.
Huh.
Boy, I shut everybody up in a big hurry, didn't I?
Actually, I just got distracted because I suddenly realized that there's like seagulls everywhere outside my window, and that means that they've come back for spring. Also,
Hi.
I'm a little high and was mesmerized. So,
Okay.
so what was this thing you need a manual for?
Oh, I had bought
Actually, just say what it
headphones.
is. Oh, headphones. Okay, I completely lost that
Yeah,
part of it.
and I lost track of them for at least a year, and I just
So,
found them this morning.
so what about headphones needs an instruction manual? Are they like Bluetooth or something? You don't know how to pair
Yes,
them?
they are
Okay,
Bluetooth.
okay. Because I mean, I get it. A lot of things need to be paired to whatever your phone or whatever, and so many of them do it differently. It's like, okay, on this one, you hold down the power button for 10 seconds. On that one, you press the power button like 3 times, but on the third one, you hold it down for 30 seconds. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, but on these, you have to get that little tiny pinhole thingy and push it in there while pushing the power button. Yeah, it's like none of them pair the same way. And yeah, so I get why you need the manual.
And this one you need to
So
stand on one foot while hopping and singing I'm a little teapot.
Right, during the summer equinox under a full moon.
Yeah.
oh my, and why do I now have stuck in my head John Cleese with the silly walk?
I don't know. Probably because we're pretty silly.
I
Actually, it's funny,
guess.
like when I was having brain surgery and I was talking to the neurosurgeon like beforehand, I was telling her like brain surgery seems to me like the sort of thing that you don't do it, like 9 in the morning, like we have planned. Brain surgery is what you do up on a hill during a thunderstorm at midnight, like getting sort of classic monster Frankenstein Dracula vibes over here, but that's where my brain goes, ha, when I think of brain surgery. So the fact that it was done at like 9 in the morning, you know,
Now I've got what's his name stuck in my head. What is the name of the guy who played Dr. Frankenstein? Um,
what, Gene Wilder?
yes, there we go, there we go.
I remember Gene Wilder best from Blazing Saddles.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
And we just spliced Willy Wonka, Blazing Saddles, and Young Frankenstein together.
Oh,
Just gene
that's true. I
splicing.
forgot about that. I do know him best as Willy Wonka. Really, it's just I'd most recently watched Blazing Saddles.
Oh man, I loved Blazing Saddles. Well, I still do,
Well, it's
but
funny how they have to put disclaimers on it now about the racism in it.
oh Jesus, you didn't get the point that that was intentional to point up
What?
how bad racism was.
Yeah,
No, they didn't.
that's just so fucked up. Did you know that like the Blues Brothers was not shown in many theaters because of the sheer number of black people in it?
Oh,
Yes, there were a lot of theaters that refused to show it because black people were portrayed positively, and there were a lot of them.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I know, right? I was shown that movie when I was very young. I mean, let's face it, it came out in what, 80, 81, something like that. I was probably 7 when I saw it on VHS, maybe 8, right? And I was raised by hippies. It didn't really register in my head that, like, oh, yeah, there were a lot of black people in that until I was much, much older. To me, it was just, hey, there's a bunch of people in that, and they're singing this music, you
Well,
know?
that neighborhood is a can of black paint, for Christ's sake.
It just would, but I mean, that's the thing, is it didn't occur to me that that was a thing, you know?
Okay, yeah, I get it. I mean, I get what you're
Yeah.
saying. Absolutely.
So, I mean, it's weird to me where these people are so full of hate that they have to, not watch a movie to not let other people see a movie because, oh darn, black people.
Jesus.
That's just bizarre, you know. I mean, it's one thing to not be the biggest fan of a culture. It's another thing to be like, okay, immutable trait is not okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Mm.
absolutely. And I was about to say I had thought that that era was over, but I guess no, really. It's only become more so.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I remember I remember the racism of the '60s, which was only a continuation of the racism of the '50s, which was only a continuation of racism of the '40s. You
well,
know,
it's not like we're free of racism at all. I mean, you know, there's how much like racially targeted police violence is there?
okay, yeah,
You
yeah.
know, I mean, we're not past it, and with the rise of all of these like openly fascist rat bastards in this country, it's only going to get worse, racism in this country, until it gets better.
Yeah, now only more do I want to run away.
It is kind of funny though. I did have a lot of people trying to tell me I'm racist for not liking rap and hip hop, and I'm like pointing at all the people in the Blues Brothers plus Whitney Houston, and Bobby McFerrin and all these other people I like, and I'm going, it's not the people playing it, it's the music. I don't dig on rap and hip hop, but look at all these other people, freaking Chuck Berry. I'm like, it has nothing to do with the fact that they're black. Nothing. I don't like
Right,
Mm.
Eminem
right.
either. You know, it's like get off my back. I just don't like the sound of it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm another one who does not like, well, especially that, what do they call it, gangsta?
Yeah,
That
I mean, I can
I
point at non-gangster rap I enjoy.
Okay, now I'm not much for rap at all. Even the earliest rap. Um,
Really, I like Tone Loc and oh, what's that other guy's name? MC Hammer. You know,
okay, okay.
Bust a Move.
Yeah, you can have it if you want it. It's okay.
Yeah. But like for the longest time, I was going, why does Tone Loc get to call his song "Wild Thing"? That's not "Wild Thing," but I do enjoy the song. And I have no idea what the hell a funky cold Medina is, but I love that song too.
I am trying really hard to think if I know any Tone Loc. Um, I'm not sure I do.
Um, you've probably, well, then again, maybe you haven't, but most people have heard "Funky Cold Medina" and "Wild Thing,"
Well,
whether they realize it or not.
I mean, I can say that I know Wild Thing, but I'm probably talking about something
Yeah,
other
the
than what
the,
you're
the
talking.
rap called "Wild Thing" that's not the song you're thinking of.
Yeah, the
It's
one.
not the "You Make My Heart Sing"
Yeah,
song.
it's not that one, right?
No,
That's one I
not at
know.
all. Yeah, and
Where am I? I gotta look at this. Okay, this I don't need. Someone actually stood at a Xerox machine and copied an entire word search book to give me something to do the last time I was at Hostapole, and I can't stand it. Yeah, I didn't remember that I didn't like word search puzzles.
I like
Really?
word searches.
I love, well, okay, I don't know about word searches, but word based puzzles, yes.
I'm pretty good at word searches.
I consider it cheating if a word search spells the word backward.
Yeah, yeah. That's one of the reasons I don't like word searches. They'll do that, and it
I've
throws my head meats into a tizzy.
yeah, that's the worst. I've encountered word searches where the words don't just go straight. They actually you go one way and then go off into another direction.
Well, that just seems like extra cheating.
Wait a
Yeah,
minute, they have bends in the words?
yeah. I've seen word searches like that.
Oh
Hmm.
my, no, that's horrible. Not only is that cheating, that's sadistic.
Yeah, that's like okay. The one time I went to Vegas, there were these slot machines, and I'm assuming this works the way with everything, where they would not stop on something; they would stop in between. Like the cherry and the bar. So you're just getting nothing. And I'm like, that seems like cheating to me. You
Yeah,
know,
it
Yeah,
does.
it
that
should
does seem
have to
like cheating.
land on something,
Mm-hmm.
but apparently that's not the way it works.
Now here's the thing though. It's just me, but I don't understand the appeal of Vegas. I just don't.
Well, the
Neither do
one
I.
time I went, okay, I went to the medieval times place, the one that looks like a castle. I saw them do all of the jousting and shit, and that was kind of fun. But I also went to the Star Trek experience, and that was interesting too, because there's like this full replica of the bridge of the Enterprise, the D Enterprise, the TNG Enterprise. But it was pretty neat. I was a little disappointed by the transporter effect because all they did was turn out the lights, like move part of the set in like a couple of seconds and then turn them back on. And I was like, that wasn't special at all. They could have at least pumped in some subsonics to make it feel like something was happening. And
Okay.
it was also clear that this thing was on its way out. Like it had been there for at least a decade, probably more, and they were just tired of it, and it was poorly maintained, and you could just tell that nobody gave a damn anymore. So it was a little dampened, whatever, by that. That my
Mm,
enthusiasm was not as high as I had hoped. Vegas was fun. I didn't do any gambling except for that brief moment on a slot machine, and it was. Someday I want to go back and just bring a bunch of money that's earmarked for being lost. I'm considering this my entry fee to Vegas, and if I happen to leave with more than I came here with, that's fine. But I'm not leaving with less than this. You know?
that's a good way of going about it.
Yeah. So, next time I go to Vegas, I don't know what, $200 maybe for gambling, and that's it.
Boy, how long will that last you? About 5 minutes?
Depends on what I play, I guess. I'm unlikely to play a game that's completely random. I would want to play a game that has some skill, like, say, blackjack, where you at
Mm,
least are participating to some degree.
Yeah, yeah.
Roulette and craps, forget about it. There's nothing I can do about any of it. It's pure guesswork.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas you have to know whether or not to hit in blackjack. You have to know whether or not to split, whether or not to double down, all of that you have to know, and you have to be able to do it. So it's different. It's like playing Texas Hold'em. You got to know what you're doing.
Okay, yeah.
So
Well, that's amazing.
what was
I
that
think.
song?
what song?
There was a song that was starting to pop in my head when you were saying that.
I don't I don't even know which part made something pop into your head.
The Texas Hold'em thing.
Oh,
You
that's
gotta
a
know how
fun game.
to Hold'em. You gotta know when to. I can't remember.
Hold'em.
Fold 'em, yeah.
Uh,
and knowing the Fold'em, and yeah.
Yeah, that song.
I don't
But
actually know the song. I've only ever heard people say that part of it.
it's been a very, very long time since I played Pinochle, and God, now I miss it again.
See, Pinochle always sounds a little dirty to me. Like maybe not even X-rated, maybe just a little bit of water sports. Yeah, why would you pee on someone's knuckle? It just always sounded a little gross to me. Pinochle.
Okay.
Ugh.
Well, that's what they were up to.
But I mean, is that really like a betting game though? I don't think they have pinochle tournaments in Vegas.
They
I
might.
that sounds like the kind of game you play at the retirement home on a porch somewhere, in between rounds of bridge.
Oh yeah. No, my great uncles and shit used to get together and play Pinochle, and there were a lot of penny bets going on.
Hmm. Well,
I can't remember how they placed their bets.
one thing someone pointed out that amuses me greatly is that someday my generation will be in nursing homes, and instead of like bridge and shit, we're having D&D nights.
Okay.
I mean, seriously, think about that. Like, none of us want to play bridge. We look at that and we go, that's old people card games. Whatever, You can take that with your pinochle and your backgammon. Screw that. We're playing Magic the Gathering and D&D. We're going to have Xbox fucking Halo tournaments against each other when we're 80. Believe
Yeah,
it,
but
you know?
you know what's going to happen is the Xbox and the D&D and everything are going to become what you now see as an old people's game.
Well, maybe because all the kids are going to be like playing VR, except here I am, 47, playing VR. That's something I keep trying to impress upon people is that starting with my generation, which is technically Generation X, but I'm more like a Xenial personality wise, don't worry about it. We were the childhood in analog, adulthood digital. We watched rotary phones go to cell phones from earliest childhood. We have had to adapt to new technology through our entire lives. So, unlike our parents and grandparents who need us to set up their printers for them, we are going to be on par with the younger generation, not just in terms of our technical knowledge, but in terms of our interest. This is the first time that geeky parents and geeky kids will be in the same household at the same fucking time en masse. Okay, our world has changed greatly, and I think it's going to be difficult to have the old fogey generation when my generation is the old fogies.
Yeah, use your hands. That's like a baby's toy.
I'm serious. I think that our culture has changed in ways that most people don't see coming.
Yeah. Even when I think about it, we thought we were advanced, meaning, me, people who are now over 60. Um, and we're nothing compared to even you.
Yeah. Well, but I
There's,
mean,
what, 18 years between us? And
something like that.
the mindset is so radically different.
Well, for us, it's not just we think we're advanced. For us, it's what's coming next. I can't wait for what's coming next. I mean, I'm spending all of my time going, I want an omnidirectional treadmill and a headset, a VR headset with peripheral vision that's lightweight. So we're getting closer and closer to full immersion. I want a haptic bodysuit, goddammit. This is going to be the coolest thing and I want it now. That kind of deal is like, I can't wait for what's coming. Like we keep having this conversation where you're like, well, when you're dead, you won't care that you're missing out. I'm like, but I'm alive now and I don't want to miss out. I want to be here for all of it, god damn it. That kind of thing. There's just a certain joy in seeing what's coming next that previous generations sort of looked on with trepidation.
Okay, I mean, I can try to understand where you're coming from, and I get a little bit of it, But then again, you come to that difference in mindset where, yeah, I'm living in the present. You're living in the future.
Sure.
And
Well,
it's
the
just
future's
wrapping
awesome.
my head around that difference that I'm still having a bit of a problem with.
Well, but I mean, okay, I don't want to have to keep pointing this out, but you're a bit of an outlier. When I look at, Joe Sixpack and, Ma and Pa and the suburbanites and all of that stuff, what I see are a bunch of people who have no idea what they're doing when it comes to technology because they're stuck not in the present, but in the past.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Where some of us are looking forward to what's coming next. We can't wait, and we're adjusting to the new shit constantly.
Mm-hmm.
That I think is such a difference, a radical shift in generation. I can only imagine what my generation's kids are thinking about, what's coming next. And it may be different for them because unless there is a radical shift, the way we went from, rotary phones to cell phones, unless there is some radical shift from, the current paradigm to the next one, then for them, they just have this new normal that incrementally changes, or changes in style or in, ability, but it doesn't completely radically change their world, where like you no longer need a full video camera and, Walkman and all of that stuff. It's all just in your phone now,
Yeah. Yeah.
that is such a
Hmm.
radical change. So unless something like that is coming down the pike that we don't see coming, I think that the newer generations aren't going to have that radical shift, and so they're not going to be like Gen X with that adaptability. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. It actually does.
So if
Yeah.
they do encounter that radical shift, if later on they won't be able to really adapt,
Now, maybe that radical shift could be something like jacking in, cyberpunk style, where you're browsing the internet with
full
your brain
dive.
directly, all of that. You
Yeah,
know, I used to be able to say jack into the Matrix because that was a Shadowrun thing. And then those fucking Matrix movies came out. And now if I say jack into the Matrix, everyone gets it wrong.
mm,
It's just so annoying. But anyway, if we had that, that might be the kind of radical shift that this newer generation gets to have, like my generation did.
that's possible.
So they might have to adapt to that, and it'll give them that same look forward to the future. I don't know. I'm talking out of my ass here. I have no degrees or nothing. I'm just,
Yeah, that's possible. That's prominent in sci-fi still. So
yeah. I don't know. I mean, I
Hey.
remember like back in the 90s, they were screaming about how much VR was coming, and we didn't get it until like what, 20, 30 years later?
Okay. Hey, Randy, what's going on? Randy says, I'm at the point where I don't care about much. If I die today, big whoop. I mean,
Well,
that's the way I feel. You're not supposed to feel that way. You're supposed to be happy.
I don't know. I find a change of environment really helps. I mean, the uh, uh, the place I was in San Diego, the sun didn't really come into my windows much. Now in this place in Vermont, I have west facing bay windows and it's amazing. I took some photographs of a sunset recently. Holy shit, it looked like the never ending story. It was crazy.
Oh,
And
my.
ever since I've moved back here, I've been in a much, much, much better headspace, and it seems like you change your environment, you change your attitude. I mean, I don't know how good your windows are there, Diana, but it might be that if you had a better view, you'd be in a better mood.
Oh, my windows are shitty. Absolutely shitty. I remember years ago, I used to have south facing windows, and that was the best view I ever had, even if it was a look at suburbia. Just the sunlight coming in from the south was that much more wonderful.
Like Okay, I saw
Oh,
that.
wow. Yeah.
I saw that right out my freaking windows. And
Nice.
then it turned into this, like a few minutes later.
Yeah, definitely never-ending story vibe.
Yeah, this is why I insisted on west facing windows when I was looking for a place in Vermont. I needed that view big time. And like I say, it seems to have put me in a much better headspace.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, I wasn't just being a brat about it. I was pretty sure it was something I needed, needed, you know?
Oh man, I wish I could find the neighborhood I lived in. This was say mid 70s, Marietta, Ohio. It was colonial basically, and I just missed that so much. You almost would go out the main entrance because it was a 4 unit apartment building, and but you felt like you'd go out the door and hi, Mr. Walton, one of those.
Hmm. Actually, I wouldn't know. I've still never seen the Waltons.
Oh my, that was just dripping with I cannot remember what you would call it, but it was all the
Schmaltz?
say again.
Schmaltz?
Yeah, could be that. Could be that.
Hmm. I don't know. That sort of rural is the wrong word, but rustic sounds too old. Just that sort of like, small town America kind of existence that
Yeah.
was happening around about World War II or just shortly after that sort of thing. I don't know. I mean, people have really romanticized that kind of life, and it looks miserable to me.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It is kind of bad to me because I personally know that it was not as good as so many people make it out to be.
Well, you got your Stepford wife, and
It's weird. Like, that painting of the bald dude with the pitchfork and that lady giving him a weird look?
Oh, American Gothic, yeah.
Sure, that one. I've never understood why that's gothic, but sure. The I've read somewhere the lady looking at him is really like his sister, not his wife or something.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe it's his daughter. I don't know, but it was like absolutely not his wife. Apparently, whatever the. I mean, now granted, I'm taking the word of whoever wrote that. I don't know. I mean, how could I ever know? But still, that's what I've heard. But
Okay.
okay, though, explain to me because my experience with Gothic is obviously the goth scene, you know. But then you
Mhm.
look at certain typefaces; they call themselves Gothic. You look at certain paintings and shit, and I'm like, this has nothing to do with goths. With goth culture, why the hell is this called Gothic? I don't get it. There's something called ray gun Gothic that doesn't look. I mean, I don't know what the hell it is, but it doesn't match my definition of goth. So what the hell?
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, is this one of those words like engineer where the version everyone knows is not what it really means or not what it means in another context? Maybe that's it.
I think that is. I think that is what it is.
I don't know. Or like opera, the way you can have a soap opera or a space opera or a horse opera and you don't need some fucker singing during it.
okay,
Hmm.
apparently the painting got its name due to the window in the background being a Gothic style window.
Yeah, I
Okay.
remember that being brought up as a point. Yeah.
Sure. Where's images? I mean, like, okay. Ray gun Gothic is this sort of old school googie type stuff, you know?
Okay.
Like, yeah, that's sort of apparently that's ray gun Gothic, but what the hell does Gothic have to do with it? Well, yeah, that's kind of cool, you know. I've actually always liked that retro old timey style. I mean, you may have noticed how much of it I built into Quinn Redshift. Uh, I don't know what it is about it, but I've always kind of liked it. Sort of the way I've always liked that sort of what 50s 60s sort of doo-woppy kind of music, like the soundtrack to Stand By Me and American Graffiti. That stuff, I don't know what it is. I've always kind of liked it. That whole like Who Put the Bump and Rockin' Robin and all of that shit, At the Hop. Those songs.
Mm-hmm.
I've always kind of liked those. I don't know why.
Okay, it
Maybe
looks like
because there's a certain joyful naivete.
okay, it looks like the artist envisioned the pair as being father and daughter, not husband and wife.
Told you it wasn't his wife.
God, father and daughter, to me, they always seem to be the same age, but oh well.
Really? I mean, he looks so withered, and she doesn't. I mean, she looks mature, but she doesn't look elderly. He looks elderly.
Okay. Okay. Oh, my.
I don't know. Sometimes I really feel like English lacks enough words to make important distinctions.
Well, yeah, absolutely it does.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me started on the word love. We need more words so you can actually tell someone completely platonically that you love them.
Yes.
It's the ambiguity of the word that's a problem, because you could say to someone, I love you, and they may misconstrue it as romance, or they may not realize it's romance. I mean, there's so many ways that could go wrong.
Yes.
It'd be nice if we had more than one fucking word, Kind of the way it would be nice if we had singular and plural versions of they, them,
Yes.
they,
Yeah.
there, all of that. I'm not saying I won't use it. If those are your pronouns, I'm using them because that's polite, respectful, and fuck it, that's who you are.
Yeah,
But it would make life so much easier if we had singular and plural. It would take away an argument that the haters use all the time. And what knocks me out is how many people on the pro-trans side think I'm making an anti-trans movement when I try to say, look, this would make it easier.
yeah.
Rather, they think I'm saying I won't use it. Fucking hell, I hate my own side sometimes.
Yeah, it can be clunky to use at times.
Yeah. Seriously, like as much as I agree with the aims of my side, sometimes the level of purity test that you can go through, like the tiniest deviation, can sometimes get you labeled the Antichrist.
Yeah,
People are like, when did you become MAGA? Just because I thought maybe there was a better way to do what we're all trying to do?
yeah, that is a problem on the left.
Ugh, I hate it so much. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I voted green in the last two elections. I just don't agree with my own side half the time. They're not left enough for me.
Mm-hmm.
And they're too doctrinaire at times. And I can't even say that to them. I can't even say, hey, guys, maybe we could try this instead. Maybe it might be more effective. You can't say that because it's like, that meme where the one dude gets tossed out of the window during the board meeting because he made the right common sense suggestion. I have been defenestrated by my own side so many times for making a reasonable suggestion. It's insane.
Yeah, and that drives me nuts too. So, because I'm always the one with the better suggestion. No.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just so frustrating. I wish my nipples were half as sensitive as my Facebook friends.
Well, you voted green? Why didn't you hear Jill Stein once and sat next to Putin?
Oh, gee. I don't know. I mean, I agree with what a lot of the Green Party stands for, and they're probably the most left non-communist party in the U.S., so I don't know. Even then, it's like, are communists left or right. I suppose it depends on how it's implemented. I'm sure there's non-authoritarian communism, although I think that requires denying human nature a great deal.
Hmm.
Come to think of it, so does authoritarian. I mean, we're not ants, is the thing. We don't work in a like in that way. We're just like we can't do old timey communist China.
Mm-hmm.
That's just not in human nature. With all those gray uniforms and everyone looking the same.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I
Entrance.
don't mean looking the same because they're Chinese. I mean like same haircut, same clothing, same everything.
Right, right.
Mm.
Because what was that? What was that girl's name? The one character in the Doonesbury comics, was she Honey or something?
I don't remember. I only remember Fred the terrorist.
Okay, but yeah, I mean when you say that, same clothes, same look, same everything, I see that character.
You know what? I think that was in later Doonesbury. Like, because I actually only remember, but this war had such promise, which was set around about Vietnam.
Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's really like, because honestly, I like Doonesbury is what I mean. All right, let me start over. Bloom County is what you get if you take the stick out of Doonesbury's ass.
Right, and oh
And
my
I
God, I miss
love
Bloom
Bloom
County.
County, but Doonesbury is a little too agenda-y for me. Like
Yeah,
it's not very funny.
well, the later, or what I think of as the later Doonesbury, is so preachy.
Yeah. Not that it ever wasn't.
Right, but I mean they were less. They were more funny while being preachy.
Yeah. I was always deeply entertained by Zonker.
Yes. Oh my God, I love that character.
Yeah, he always sort of reminded me of like Gonzo and Fozzie, maybe with a little bit of like if the Fonz was a hippie,
Yeah, yeah.
actually, you know what? Maybe a little if Jughead was a hippie,
All right. All
you
right.
know. He had that same sort of laid back energy. Okay, if Shaggy was in Doonesbury,
Okay. Yeah.
that kind of thing. But uh, I don't know.
Oh my. I wouldn't mind. I don't know. Maybe it would drive me crazy after a while, but I'm thinking I wouldn't mind hanging out with Zonker on a regular basis.
Now, I'm blanking here. Just the ape there. Um, no, Jughead wasn't a hippie. He didn't. Nah, he was a slacker.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm trying to think of what you would call this. Jughead reminds me of what you'd get if Jack Kerouac smoked a whole shitload of grass.
Well, I really barely know Jack Kerouac, but to me, Jughead is like the predecessor to, say, Serial Killer from the movie Hackers, which is kind of interesting because Matthew Lillard would later go on to play Shaggy in the Scooby Doo live action movies, or like Jay and Silent Bob, you know
Okay.
Yeah.
Jughead's like the wholesome, cleaned up version of that.
Yeah. Yeah. I can
Y-
see that.
and so like I say, he's a slacker, but not a hippie. Zonker's a hippie. You look at him, he gives off hippie energy big time.
Oh,
You know,
sure. Yeah.
yeah. But
Oh, counting pills. There's nothing like it.
1, 2, 13,
Yeah,
25.
pretty much. Oh my, where am I now? There's there, so I can close those up.
And it's funny, like, because obviously online I'm Bionic Dance, and a lot of people will, shorten that down to BD. But every time someone says that, I think of BD from Doonesbury. The guy who was a football player and then went to Desert Storm. He was always wearing his helmet no matter what. That
Yep.
guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was always entertained by him, not because I liked him, but because he was so over the top, like horrible. He had that whole sort of right wing NRA fan thing going on, like same energy.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I thought he was strict right winger.
But he was portrayed as a schmuck, so I was entertained by him.
Or we can just pair you up with somebody with the initials SM.
Yeah, no, it's interesting how people have chosen to abbreviate Bionic Dance. I get a lot of BD, I get a lot of B Dance, but I mostly get Bionic.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out where they get Lav. I mean, I can see where it comes from, but I can't all at the same time.
Well, that, and sometimes LAV is an abbreviation of lavatory.
Okay. Okay.
I do actually like to mispronounce lavender a little bit. It almost sounds Germanic or Scandinavian as lavender.
Akandabayaka.
Lavender. It does sort of have a slight, Scandinavian sound to it, to my ear anyway.
Okay.
Careful,
Yeah.
you might get Diana started on that.
On what? Oh, the fucked up Eastern European scatting, yeah.
But is you not to there to like to making and there for you is a betahana karogos betai.
Yeah, that. The stuff that sounds like it really wishes it was Yiddish but isn't.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've always been entertained by Yiddish ever since my mom, who is Jewish, was telling me about it, and I started noticing it. I mean, I love it. There's just something about like schlemiel and schmuck and like mensch and all of that. There's just something about oh, I'm all verklempt. I don't know. It entertains me. There's something about it. Then again, my dad's side of the family is Italian, and hey, what's the matter, you? All of that. I love that too. So I don't know.
Oh my. Okay, I'm just getting this over here, trying to figure out exactly where I am, and it's not working.
Like I posted on Facebook and Twitter about how I sometimes have to, encourage Xander to eat his food. Like I've never had a cat who is so indifferent to their food than Xander. I mean, seriously, and so like sometimes when I'm trying to point at the food and get him to go eat the food, and I'm pointing out that Columbia's eating her food, I'll say to him, hey, Xander, go eat. Manja, manja, come on, get the food, and like I heard manja, manja my whole life. Whenever I was like, it was time to eat or whatever, my dad would be like, hey, time to eat, manja, manja, all the time. So,
Okay.
yeah. It's funny. I didn't know how it was spelled for decades. I only ever heard it. I never saw it spelled.
And okay.
And it was not how I would have guessed.
I got two of them going over here. So, okay, it's spelled QNZBV. No, huh?
I didn't say it was Welsh. I mean, seriously, how the hell does Welsh work? They'll have a word that's like CWJVL, and somehow it has vowels.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh.
I mean, on the other hand, we do have languages like, again, to go to Scandinavia and I guess Germany, where they use a J, the way we wouldn't. They use it as like a Y.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yarviksholm, all of that stuff. It's like, I wonder why. Like, why are we using a J that way instead of an H? Like, what is it about the language where a J is the appropriate letter for that?
And the uses I've seen, and okay, that's limited, I understand. The J came first.
That
Um,
really doesn't help.
no, wait a minute. Twice a day. Okay, here we go.
When you say the J came first, do you mean in the English usage or the more Germanic usage?
The more Germanic usage came before the English usage, is what I'm seeing. Of course, I could be full of shit. So
You know, when you really think about it, in English, the J is kind of unnecessary. You could almost get the same effect from like a ZH or a CH.
yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it is redundant. Something's redundant because
Or,
there's the J and the so-called soft G.
well, you know, that's another one. Is I don't see. I feel like soft G and hard G are inverted. You know, because J sounds hard to me, where G sounds soft.
Okay, okay, I
So
understand that.
I have to
Yeah.
wonder what hard and soft refer to. I mean, is it more like like primary and secondary?
The way I understood it, um, hard and soft referred to the way they hit the eardrum.
Huh. Well, regardless, you know, when we get into the whole argument about how you were supposed to pronounce GIF, and it is fucking GIF, people. You know, people talk about the hard G and the soft G, and for the longest time, I was getting it wrong just because those sounds were, you know, hard and soft and in reverse to me. So I don't
Okay.
know. But yeah, the person who came up with the format, he said that it was named after the peanut butter deliberately. That is a feature, not a bug. You're supposed to pronounce it like the peanut butter on purpose. It is Jif, not GIF. Adjust.
Okay, and I don't know why, but the very first time I saw that in print,
Hmm.
I thought GIF. I don't know the way my brain is wired for sound. I don't know.
Well, you know, I first saw it as GIF and always have. But also part of it is maybe just the sort of mnemonic ish sound of GIF and JPEG. You know, like I would go, oh yeah, I've got these things in GIF and JPEG. It
That's,
just seemed to flow nicely speech wise. GIF and JPEG just sounds weird.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
You know, so I mean, maybe that was part of it, but no part of like the first time I heard someone say GIF, my brain skipped a beat, basically.
Same here.
Okay.
You know, I was like, what the fuck? That's not
I
how
don't,
you say it.
I don't know whether I'm supposed to be taking lisinopril or not. Do you know? Yeah.
Maybe roughly behind the tool shed.
Okay.
I don't know. Well, someone on Twitter recently posted this picture of some dude wearing a t-shirt that had like sort of the American flag, sort of the Constitution on it, but it had these like hands reaching around the clearly supposed to be Jesus and like clutching him. And it was supposed to look like Jesus hugging you from behind, but it really looked like Jesus taking you roughly from behind, you
Oops.
know, and everybody and their hamster was posting about it saying like, oh my gosh, how prurient, right? But I mean, it reminded me of a conversation I was having with like an ex puritanical as fuck, like raised in a puritanical household person was telling me about how like, you know, those signs and the names of the albums that have like, you know, Jesus come unto me and all of that stuff where it just sounds so X-rated. They don't have a clue, and they genuinely don't, because they live in this little bubble where nobody actually even thinks about that stuff. They don't even know these words are icky. You
Uh,
know, outside of their little bubble, they have no idea. So when they say these things to them, it's perfectly wholesome, perfectly peachy. This is how it's supposed to be said, and they have no idea that the rest
yeah,
of us are laughing at them.
there's this one song that's named "Brainwash,"
Yeah.
and they did not get why I was laughing at that.
Oh, you mean
Okay.
like they didn't that oh, I thought you were talking about like parody or satire
No,
songs about this.
it's a
Oh.
total straight up regular song. I need a
Oy,
brainwash from my head to my soul. Is the
wow.
lyrics,
Wow.
and they did
That's,
not get why I was laughing at that.
I mean, I'm sure they
Yeah.
just mean baptism, but wow. So, okay, here's the thing. Like, I've found myself blindsided from time to time by various bits of mostly Christian lore that most people know and I don't. Like we've talked about how for the longest time I thought Deuteronomy was like a branch of science or something.
Okay. Okay.
But I mean, so it's like just and I had a point to make and I completely got lost because I decided to talk about you know but yeah, so I get blindsided by religious shit from time to time. What were we talking about before I went off on a tangent?
I don't know, but
Don't ask me. I'm the one who misses,
Oh, I hate my
significant
short-term
chunks of her
memory.
I
life.
I was distracted by this image that Critical Cupcake posted of a cat using a dog's penis as a pillow.
Oh,
Oh my
that's not
word.
okay. But yeah, I don't know. Like I think I've mentioned before about these kids that would get on the after school program van from a different school and they were all dressed up and they would say they were coming from catechism and I had no idea what the frick it was, but it had cat in it, so I was curious. And then when I found out what it was, I was like,
Yeah.
hell, maybe that's where my aversion to dress uppy clothes came from, but I don't think so. I think it was earlier than that. Like because religion, especially Christianity, has always felt a little icky to me. The like just this the blood sacrifice part of it never sat well with my not raised religious brain, and the whole like Jesus flashing weird gang signs on those Christian or Catholic icons, or having this weird stone look on his face while holding a lamb. It was just there was always something creepy about it. Biblical language is creepy to me. The weird, sort of backwards, almost Yoda esque phrasing to so many Bible, verses and all of that stuff. It was just something about it that read gross to me.
Well, that's really modern English, basically.
Well, but I mean, like it's weird to me how so many people can look at that and be inspired.
Okay. Okay.
Because I'm sitting here going, ew. There's something like, creepy uncle who wants to touch me vibe coming off of this shit.
Yeah.
Oh
And
God.
all these people are bowing down to it like it's awesome. It was weird to me. I don't understand it. I still don't to this day. Being raised without religion in at least the United States leaves you unprepared for a lot of shit that people do. Imagine the first time I encountered people doing shit for Lent.
Oh yeah. Okay. The whole give up something for Lent.
Ugh. What
Yeah.
religion wants people to not have a good time? At least the Abrahamic ones
Catholicism.
do.
Yeah, I
It
remember.
bothers me so much.
Yeah, I remember my grandmother doing the whole Lent thing.
Yeah. You had to give something up. You had to. Oh God. What's the word for that? There's a.
Sacrifice.
It's close in meaning to sacrifice.
Hmm.
But yeah, you had to do that. You self denial or something. I mean, even.
Well,
Hmm?
looked at from the outside, all of that shit, all of the penance and everything, it looks like religious fraternity hazing.
Yeah, yeah.
It's thank you, sir. May I have another? Here's how much I'm willing to endure to prove my loyalty to you. It's
Okay,
all of that
yeah, yeah.
bullshit, and it like looked at from the outside. That's another reason it looks sick.
Yeah, making a whole bunch of sense there. I wish more people could see that.
Well, I have at times noticed that me personally, have changed the conversation a little bit on the atheist side. I mean, obviously, people started using the word apistivist. I haven't seen it much lately. Maybe it's died, but people were using it for a while. But another thing I've been doing is using the phrase, or at least the sentence, whatever, that atheism is not only not a religion, it's not even like a religion. And I've seen people starting to use arguments centered around that, where like they get the accusation of atheism being a religion, and it's just the whole what the fuck are you talking about? But also, like, I've been saying that I'm not like an atheist because I'm denying God's existence. I'm not even an atheist because like I've lost my religion or whatever.
Well, you never had.
Well, sure, but whatever they think I have. That's why I have to deal with the argument. The way I've been describing it to them is, look, you've got all these evangelists, all these people telling us about their God or their version of the same God, and they are God's PR team. They are selling me a product, and I'm not prepared to buy based on their sales pitch. I can't examine the merchandise. The price is way too high. It's not okay. I need a better sense of what I'm purchasing with apparently my time and devotion and action and sense of self-worth and all of this shit. It's like so basically you have to work on your sales pitch better. It's like I say to all those evangelists who try to preach the Bible at me, I'm like, dude, this will work on someone who already believes. It's not going to work on someone who doesn't believe what you're saying.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. But the whole idea of like evangelists being God's PR team, I've seen other people make that argument without my prompting.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as I know, I was the first to say it, or at least the most recent to say it a lot. And so, I have noticed changing the conversation from time to time, which is kind of cool, even if I don't get a hell of a lot of credit for it.
Oh, it's definitely cool. It's definitely a good thing.
I don't know. It's fine. I'm trying to remember what it was. I think it might actually have been the Big Bang Theory, but I don't think so. There was something where someone was reveling in the fact that they were unappreciated in their time, and someone else was jealous. It was like, oh, they're unappreciated in their own time. I wish I could be unappreciated in my own time, where it's like, oh yeah, well, once you die, everyone notices your work and all of a sudden you change everything kind of deal, and like I get it. Oh, I know who that was. That was Phoebe on Friends. That's who it was.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll accept that. I mean, even if I don't know it from crap, I'll accept it.
Never really got into Friends all that much. There was usually only maybe one joke per episode that got a laugh out of me.
Well, a lot of the jokes in sitcoms, are recycled from other sitcoms, and Friends was no stranger to that.
Okay, then.
There are a couple of tropes that I've seen so many times that I think they need to, if not die, at least be put on a moratorium, like the extraordinarily rude or indifferent public service counter help person, where it's like either they really don't give a damn, like aggressively just maybe they even hate the people who are there and they're, or the one who will pay no attention, who's like barely giving them the time of day. Like I'm so sick of that one. Another one I'm sick of is the person who has some like really bad news to deliver, and the one they're delivering it to insists on speaking first and then gives that person a whole bunch of reasons not to say what they had to say.
Okay.
I am so sick of that joke. It's like hey, honey, let me tell you about how we have to break up. No, 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 me first. Let me explain how it's my birthday and my grandmother just died, so you feel completely guilty about being about to break up with me. That joke?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sick of that one.
Oh, where am I? I have no idea where am I here.
One trope that really annoys me in shows and movies is the parents never believing the kid.
Oh, yeah.
That
Yeah.
annoys the hell out of me.
Although I gotta tell you, and I have told this story more than once about where I found a rabbit under my bed, a dead rabbit under my bed, that the cat had killed it, dragged it into the house unseen, up the stairs, and under my bed because she loves me. And my mom would not believe me. I had to tug on her pant leg, and I'm like, Mom, there's a bunny under my bed. And finally she was like, I gotta go. And she went up and looked. So I mean, I have seen it happen.
Mm.
Actually, to this day, my mom denies a lot of the stuff. Like, to this day, she insists I did not have a stroke. No matter how much I explain my symptoms to her, no matter how much I explain that I got it confirmed by a medical student, Ben, by the way, like no matter what I tell her, she insists, no, you didn't have a stroke.
Yeah, my mom had the same problem with my grandmother and some of my family with her multiple personalities.
Ah.
The
It's just so
identity
frustrating.
what was the actual name for it was like a identity dissociation disorder or something like that.
Okay.
But I mean,
But
seriously, like, I don't know. It's weird. Part of me looks at the whole, yeah, I had a stroke as being like super fucking scary. Another part of me is like, yeah, that's right. I survived a stroke. That kind of thing. It's like, it's weird. I have this sort of double life, double approach to what happened to my head. It's like,
Mhm.
eh,
and another part of me actually has to like really restrain myself from trying to play it as a sympathy card. Like, hey, back off. I had a stroke. That kind of like, I can't. Some part of me thinks I may pull that out someday in a moment of anger, but I keep having to tell the rational part of me to not do that because I know it's bullshit. You know,
well, I got you beat. I've had 2 strokes, so
well, it's not a competition,
The one.
and I think I could say that both of us are ahead.
yeah.
Okay.
Come on, come on, come on.
The one I had to put up with, unfortunately, is nothing could be different about me.
Oh,
And I notice it throughout the entire, if you want to call that group of people a family. You couldn't be left-handed, for example.
mm,
Um, but the way it all worked, I couldn't even think about mentioning anything about my seizure disorder or about the brain surgery I had or anything like that.
hmm.
I'd get yelled at for even starting to say anything about it.
A lot of
Um,
keeping up appearances and saving face. It sounds like.
yeah, oh, absolutely. Um, and I know what was going on is that they thought, okay, for example, if I said anything about the seizure disorder, they would think that people were going to talk behind your back with me as a subject, the
Because
way
that's what
they
they would do.
talked about other people behind other backs.
Mm.
They recognized what they did and they didn't want it done to them. So yeah, that sort of thing. Eastern Europeans as a group, I found to be a lot like that.
Mm. Very catty.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Not a whole bunch of fun. I gotta see where I am here. I
Yeah,
mean, I
it
can
was like
imagine. Say
it's
again.
it's weird when we have those sort of stereotypes that have that sort of ring of truth to them, but you
Oh
can't
yeah,
say
yeah.
that because people start calling you like racist or whatever. But damn it,
Hmm.
I've seen it in practice,
Yeah.
kind of thing. Like half my family's Jewish, and they're like upstate New York Jewish. Yes, they fit a lot of those stereotypes. They
Okay.
tick a lot of those boxes. They really do, which is fine. That's who they are. But, the stereotype is not completely off, is my point.
Mm-hmm. Where am I here? I've got to. Let's play. Find the. It's called Find the Clonidine Patch.
What would you do for a clonidine bar?
Something like that, because it's whenever I'm in hospital, they insist on putting the patch wherever they feel like putting it, and I never know where it's going to be. Um,
They should
so
slap it right in the middle of your forehead and slightly askew.
oh no, that's my other eye. Okay, this goes over here, and yeah, it's because I want to take the old one off because I don't want to have a whole bunch of these white ovals all over me.
And it's funny when I had to do an EEG for the seizure thing. They had wires attached to my head for a couple of days, and those little pads, those electrode pad thingies. I actually found a couple of them like several days after leaving the hospital. I was like,
Okay.
"Oh God, there's another one! What the hell?" It was like really crazy pants. I don't know, says a lot about my personal grooming, I suppose, except I'm pretty sure that I found a few of them after the shower. So, you
Well,
know,
that sounds a lot like me because I'd be finding the electrodes in my hair.
yeah,
Mm.
I guess
Yeah,
they just get stuck, but at the same time, my hair might as well be Velcro. So,
yeah.
God, I
Well,
hate my hair so much. Like, seriously, people, when they you get one of those memes up there. If you could change one thing about your body, what would it be? And I'm sitting here thinking, my eyesight. Now I had LASIK. My this, that, and the other thing, and I'm realizing, you know what? No, it's my hair. If I could change one thing, it would be my hair. Causes me so much frustration.
Somehow I keep picturing a nurse coming out and guess where we put the patch this time? Like a
Eh,
game show host.
holds up a
yeah.
plunger.
Yeah.
There we go. So
You
now we're
know.
getting over there, and where else? Where else do we want to get here? We want to put the patch cover on.
So, I mean, what would you prefer, a completely serious doctor or a goofy doctor?
I guess that depends.
Wow, boy, that's a good question.
Well, I mean, because, like, okay, when I had to switch neurologist briefly because of the pandemic, I needed someone local, blah, 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 blah. The guy that I ended up getting paired with was kind of a dick. He was very serious, and he was the sort of doctor who thought the patient should just do what the doctor says without being
Oh,
informed about
yeah.
anything. You
I don't
Oh
know,
like those.
no.
and I was asking if I could get off of the brain meds, which, by the way, the people testing me for autism would have put me on anyway, so I stopped bitching. But I was asking, can I get off the meds? And his boss comes by, and he's this sort of like jolly old Asian dude, and he was really chill and really funny. He's like looking at my chart and going, "Well, let's see what we can do to get you off that medicine." And I'm like, "I like you. You're silly." you know so I mean, I would respond well to a goofy doctor, but I think there's a lot of people out there who would be like, I don't want this dude in charge of my care. He's not going to take me seriously.
I think it depends on the time and place and the patient.
Yeah.
Eh,
Um. No, I want a doctor with a sense of humor. Um. I don't know if I'm up for completely goofy.
hmm.
I don't know. I haven't had enough experience with that. Because what
well,
I'm trying. Hmm?
well, here's what I think would be ideal: a doctor who thinks I'm funny.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I'm always cracking jokes, especially when I'm a little bit stressed. Like I was about to have brain surgery and I'm sitting there on the table. They haven't gassed me up yet, and I'm just cracking jokes to keep myself from, screaming about how scary it was. And sort of, I got a rep for being a jokester in the hospital, basically. And, like, if they found me funny rather than annoying, that'd be great. They don't have to joke along with me, just appreciate my material, you know?
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how I would take somebody. Well, here's the thing. I don't know how I would take somebody doing the same things I do.
Hmm.
So I have to admit that they do come out of my mouth. For example, they always come with a syringe with a vitamin D compound, I think it is, when I'm in dialysis and when I'm at the machine. Um, and all too often, probably enough to be tiring, I'll come out with, oh, okay, is that the sodium cyanide?
Well, I mean, I might be entertained by a surgeon where it's like, I'm waking up. I like don't do this beforehand, but I'm waking up, and the surgeon's standing there with a hacksaw going, "It went well."
But
That would amuse the fuck out of me,
Patch
but
Adams.
like doing it beforehand, like I'm about to be knocked out and the surgeon comes up with a hacksaw, I'd be like, no, 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 no. Yeah.
So what? You get like a Patch Adams doctor?
I never did see that movie.
Yeah, neither did I, but I know there's a real guy.
Hmm. Also, wasn't he like a pediatrician?
A physician, comedian, social activist, clown,
Well, but what I
author.
mean is, weren't his patients children?
I don't know.
Hmm. Well,
if you
regardless,
if you're talking about the guy I think you're talking about,
The,
yeah,
the
they
real
were.
the real life, yeah, the real life Patch Adams.
Well, I only know the Robin Williams movie, so
Yeah, because that would be the whole thing to get them giggling and forget how scared they were.
it's that sort of thing, yeah. But
Though
I mean,
the
I'm thinking like I'd rather have a doctor who listens to my jokes and busts a gut.
mm, though the Robin Williams version was based on the real guy's life.
Yeah, but still, that's the only version I know. I mean, hell, I forget if it was before. I guess it was before the show started. In the green room, we were talking about covers of songs and which ones were the first ones we heard and why that sort of ends up being our favorite. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Mm,
okay.
So I only know the movie version, and I really only know it from the previews. So,
though, like I was saying, I like the Land of Confusion, the Disturbed version, rather than the Genesis version.
hmm, I don't know. I really like the remixes of certain songs into major keys when they were in minor keys. You usually find the reverse, but I found a few songs that I've always hated that I really like in a major key.
I don't know. This is one I don't understand. I I acknowledge that it's there and everything, and there could be a reason for it, but I don't know what the reason is. People like you who do not like minor keys, I don't get that.
Yeah, but you're also someone who thinks bitter tastes good.
She's got a point.
I mean, bitter is disgusting. Bitter is like licking gravel. It's ew. Why would anyone like that? But apparently you do.
Yeah,
And
I do, and I can see where people wouldn't understand it. Usually, people don't like bitter.
well, it's the same kind of thing with minor key. The minor key is the bitter of music. It's dissonant, it's unhappy, it's dreary. Like, find me a happy song played in a minor key, I dare you.
Well, okay, I would not call it I would not call. Oh
Well,
God.
I mean, come on, don't quibble about the words. You know, I'm talking upbeat, downbeat. You know, happy, sad. You know, like.
Oh no, I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to decide if um I can't even think of what it's called. Give me a minute. And toccata and fugue in D minor. I
Don't know it by that name.
da-da-da,
Oh, that.
da-da-da, da-da.
Okay, the Dracula music.
Yeah, and I don't know how its opposite would be happy or whatever. I'm not sure.
Well,
But I
I mean,
don't
okay,
find
well,
it.
hmm,
Hmm?
go on.
I don't find that piece sad.
Well,
I
but
don't.
that's not the point. It's not upbeat. It's not positive. It's not. It's dissonant. It's dark. It's evil. It does not scream. These are the good guys.
Yeah, I don't know if that's because of its association with Dracula.
No, well, but I mean, it works with Dracula because it screams, "This is not the good guys," because it is a very dark piece of music. It's kind of like how Green Sleeves is by no means an upbeat, happy song.
Yeah, and this is the one I don't understand. I don't know which one came first. I
It doesn't
don't know
matter.
if it's considered dark and evil because it was associated with Dracula, or was it associated with Dracula
It,
because it was already considered dark and evil? I don't know.
well, it doesn't matter. The point is that it's in a minor key. It's like, you know, that Fur Elise song that I hate so much? It has one moment where it sounds like it's in a major key, and I'm like, oh, this is pleasant. But then it goes back into, and I'm like, ugh, ugly, ugly. This is not, so like, if I was Elise, I'd be offended.
Oh, well, here's the darn thing. You where you get the change in mood is because it did transition into a major key.
Well, that's my point. Is I like that bit. That bit does not sound to me like a funeral dirge. The rest of the song does.
Okay, and I don't hear funeral dirge. I really don't.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, but seriously, find me an upbeat, inspiring, happy, you know, minor key song. I dare you.
Oh my! I don't have the time to go through my entire catalog. I wish I did have the time. Because I'd like to. It's not that I'm challenging you. It's yeah, I would like to see if there's anything out there that fits your description.
I mean, let's put it this way. Someday look up the Imperial March in a major key. It sounds so bizarre.
I
You know,
already have, and I agree
yeah.
with you.
And I mean, that's because in a minor key, it has menace. Dun, 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 dun. You know, it has that menace because it's in a minor key.
Okay, okay.
You see, I mean,
I can accept that. Yeah.
that's why you know, same sort of thing is like listen to a sad song. It's probably in a minor key.
Now you've got me thinking about Neil Diamond. Jesus Christ. Listen to a sad song. A
Whatever,
sad
I don't know Neil
song.
Diamond, but the point is that most music that's in a major key is kind of happy in general. It's kind of upbeat. Even if it's a ballad, it's probably a happy ballad. You know, it's I mean that exists. That's the thing. It probably maybe a power ballad. You know, that sort of thing. Where it's like something that's in a minor key. Again, you know, I mean this word hell half of the grunge music in the 90s was in a minor key. No wonder I was miserable, and frankly, no wonder there were so many teenage suicides.
All right. All right.
I mean, seriously, I don't know how you can't hear the vibe, the energy given off by a minor key song that makes it sound like it's kind of depressing. or scary.
I don't know. I can't remember half the song anymore. Darn it! I'm trying to think of one. I'm thinking of one I wrote some years ago. That started in a minor key and then transitioned to a major key. But the beginning, the opening that was in the minor, I did not at all hear that as sad. But I don't know.
Well, sad is only one of the things a minor key can do. The point is that it is not upbeat, it's downbeat.
Dustredit Betakarasana.
Okay, this is why I was trying to tell you not to get too particular about the phrasing.
Moo. Oh my. No, don't mind me. I'm just trying to figure out where I am here because
Aren't you in Pittsburgh?
I don't know. Well, at least my head isn't right now.
Hmm.
Or maybe it
I
is. That's the problem.
say again, hon?
Or maybe it isn't. That's the problem.
Yeah, there's a whole thing. I wish, God, I wish I were on Kelly's Island in 1965 right about now.
Why?
It feels like home to me.
Okay, well, why don't we start with what the heck Kelly's Island is?
That's where my grandparents had their summer cottage.
Let's try this another way. What state is it in?
Ohio.
Okay.
And yeah, that really messes me up. It messes up my head here because Ohio is a shithole. But I love that place.
Hmm.
It bears some resemblance to the way you've described. Oh God, what is the lake you live on now?
Champlain.
Champlain. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, if like okay, you know how we have Champ, which is sort of like the Loch Ness monster in Lake Champlain, Champlain,
Yeah,
Champ,
Yeah.
yeah,
right? Yeah. Well, it turns out that if it's not from here, from that particular lake, it's just sparkling lake monster. It's not actually Champlain.
Mm-hmm.
Come on,
Oh
come on, come
my!
on, come on, come on, come
Oh, I love it.
on.
I love it.
I don't know. It's funny to me how certain jokes just get played out after a while on the internet. Like I can't even make myself finish one of those, like the existence of concrete implies the existence of procrete, that sort of thing. That
Yeah.
joke is so run its course. You know?
Oh my!
But
Indeed.
I remember like what, 10, 15 years ago or something, people kept making those inspirational posters but making them creepy or weird.
I don't know if I remember that one.
That was a big old fad for a while. It was sort of around about the lolcats, like when they were new, and the Weeble stuff when that was like first making the rounds. It was around about that time.
Oh my!
And see, I'm sure I must have one of them. I know I have one that's sort of taking the piss out of them, where it looks like well, I'll show you in a bit if I find it. But I'm digging around in my picture folder to see if I can find one just to, yeah. Well, okay, this was this, the silly one that I made.
Okay, okay.
People were making those all the time for a while, and like I haven't seen one in ages. You know?
Mm.
So
Indeed.
it's just interesting how like something can trend like that and then it just disappears from the social consciousness or whatever, the cultural consciousness.
The Bufu and the Beefy. What am I talking about? I like it.
I forget what the barcode means. It actually does scan as something though.
Where am I?
Hmm.
I don't know where I am right now. Oh well, such is the life.
Yeah.
Okay, let me. Yeah, one thing I'm going to have to do is sometime today. I'm going to have to try to repair my general purpose machine.
Okay.
Neither of my towers are working right now.
Oh, your computer. Okay, sorry. I was like trying to figure out for what general purpose though? What machine? What are you I didn't realize you meant a computer at first.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the one that's not dedicated to broadcasting.
Yeah.
That one's broken too, by the way. But
Still,
yeah, one.
I at first I thought you meant some sort of medical device, a general purpose machinical device. I don't know. I was confused.
Oh my! I cannot remember. For the longest time, I didn't know that when a Russian was referring to an automobile, the automobile in Russian is mashin. And
Okay.
for the longest time, I didn't realize that was something other than one of Babka's idioms.
Okay.
She always called a car mashin, and I thought that was just her. And it was the longest time before I realized that it was a translation into either Russian or Slovak.
So what do they call machines?
I never thought of that. Let me go look.
Really?
Yeah, I
I
never.
mean, because machine is such a general term to apply it solely to cars is weird.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Uh, Google Translate. Here we go.
Oh, someone was like doing this whole Mount Rushmore thing, and I decided to, pile on with this. So, you know.
Okay, let me go from where is I gotta find you got me thinking, so blame only yourself. English.
I like cheese.
There, yeah, that's a good one.
Hmm.
Um okay. Translating machine to Slovak is stroj. Let's see about Russian. There we are. Okay, translate machine in English to Russian is machina.
Oh, okay. Seems like it would get confusing.
Okay, yeah.
I got bored one day and made UFOs attacking Seattle.
What is that? A film you made?
No, it's just Photoshop. Just an
Oh,
image.
okay, okay.
But I'm just saying I got bored one day and yeah. I don't know. I do that from time to time. I just get bored and open up Photoshop and fuck around. I have a whole folder of stuff I've made. Most of it is 80s themed because you know me, but oh,
Well,
it's like
you're living in the '80s, yeah.
I know this isn't completely accurate, but it's still fucking funny.
Wait a minute, you're showing something, and I don't see it because I don't have that screen up.
Venn diagram.
No,
Venn
okay,
diagram. Okay.
okay.
Like I know that's not completely accurate, but come on.
Yeah, it's funny enough, definitely.
Yeah.
Pastor Jones Hagee, I think that's how I pronounce it. If you are not an eyewitness, you are a false witness, and puts the Exodus 20:16. And if you didn't see it, you shouldn't be gossiping about it. Response. That eliminates the Gospels themselves. Thanks.
All right.
Yeah.
Moo.
What did you say his name was?
Pastor John
Oh,
Hagee,
okay. No.
Hagee.
I misheard when you said Pastor John. I heard Patrick, and I was
No.
like, I could have sworn
Oh,
his name was John Hagee. So I
yeah,
just
I think I know who you're referring to. Yeah, he actually considers himself a pastor, right?
I guess so. I don't know. I just know him as one of those sort of like oh, what the hell's his name again? I don't know, but he's one of those sort of like televangelist type of guys. Like he
Yeah,
gives up the same energy even if he's not a televangelist.
yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, to borrow from George Carlin here, one of the things that really pisses me off about pastors and shit is that any guy with a $2 prayer book can call himself a pastor and get respect.
Hmm. Yeah, it is kind of weird like that, where someone just has to say they're a pastor, or even actually be a pastor, and all of a sudden they're worthy of all this special treatment. And it's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
weird to me. I mean, like, I can almost understand that old sort of pastoral thing of like, oh yeah, the town doctor eats for free in my restaurant, kind of stuff. Like I can almost see that for a doctor, but for a preacher, no.
yeah. I really don't like the fact that you associate with yourself with religion or something, and that's immediately a modicum of respect for you.
Well, like, how
Um,
about all those prison programs that are like early release or whatever? If a guy gets religion in the joint,
Hmm.
yeah,
that is such bullshit.
I don't know. I wish these people would get more scrutiny.
Yeah, it's been a while since they've been screwed.
Yep. Oh, yoy, I just don't know. I'm trying to figure out if I should spend the money on myself and make a pot of soup.
I'm thinking maybe soup tonight for dinner.
I haven't really thought too much about what I'm going to eat today. I mean, for breakfast, I had like the world's simplest stir fry.
Oh,
It's one of the few advantages of not being a minor is you can have whatever the fuck you want for breakfast. The other day, I had pepperoni pizza.
Yeah, I would say I had the potato
right.
chips for breakfast yesterday.
Hmm. But I have
I,
not planned out today's meal. I really wasn't concerned too much about it, but now that you guys have me thinking, maybe I'll get some of that pork fried rice I love so much. I don't know. Actually, there's a place downtown, this pizza joint called Mr. Mike's. They have this pesto pizza that's to die for.
that sounds tasty, actually.
Well, it is in general. They do it extra good.
Because I like pesto. I really like pesto. And to have pesto as an entree sounds rather nice.
Hmm. Well, I mean, it's not really an entree exactly. They basically use pesto where the marinara would have gone otherwise.
Hmm,
Okay.
interesting.
Yeah. It's really, really good.
So, okay, in other words, um, the pesto pizza has something besides the pesto on it.
Well, there's cheese, and I guess whatever toppings you ask for.
Okay.
But basically, instead of marinara sauce, instead of the tomato sauce, they use pesto.
All right then.
Like nothing else is different.
I like white sauce pizzas.
Was that like Alfredo or something?
No, I'm not really sure it's a Alfredo sauce. It's just kind of a white sauce.
Hmm. Actually, Alfredo pizza sounds interesting, but it might be terrible.
Though I have had ones that
Alfredo.
I'm certain you wouldn't like.
Now you've got me thinking. I may have to just spend some time in the kitchen screwing around with whatever pizza Alfredo might be.
Well, it just seems like it's too much dairy. You know, like you put Alfredo sauce and mozzarella. It just I'm not sure it would work.
Well, I don't know if my rendition of pizza Alfredo would have the mozzarella.
Well, but I don't think you can have just Alfredo. Like I don't think it'll end up the same consistency as melted cheese.
Yeah, I've got to
No.
fool around with that, but you've got me.
Maybe just a thin layer of Alfredo if you're gonna put cheese on it.
Maybe. Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, you got something there that'll keep me busy for a week, maybe.
Well, either you're welcome or mwahaha.
Because I was starting to become afraid of spending money for food because food is so expensive and I have no money.
Well,
Wait,
actually, now that you mention it, there is a way to get food. The price is a little offbeat. You see, you could buy the devil chicken.
what? What you only need to win the lottery to go grocery shopping.
Yeah,
What?
really.
Okay, you're obviously not looking at the screen.
Yeah,
You can
I'm
buy
looking at
the
the.
devil chicken, Diana. Look, look at the screen.
Wait a minute, let me see. I can't see too well here. 569. Oh, there's the 666. There it
Yes,
is.
it's the devil chicken. So I mean, you can buy chicken for the price of your soul.
Well, I'm in trouble then. Um,
You know
because
you can bring people up full screen on here.
as popular opinion has it, I have no soul.
Yeah, I have two of them. They're on the end of my legs.
Yeah, okay. Oh my.
Hmm.
But oh, that is just so amazing that my ex noticed it too, a whole bunch, that so many people, their reaction when they find out that you're an atheist, it's that you either are going to eat your soul or you have no soul, or I mean, it's almost as if they've discovered a vampire.
Oh, and to answer Tina's question, that's Vector.
Hmm. Yeah,
But
the robot I
oh,
met.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Vector.
What? Stop that. But the like the whole people finding out you're an atheist thing. I've always lived in progressive parts of the country. It's never been like a problem for anybody, except for this one guy who was at this board game night I had in San Diego. He got really pissy about it, but nobody else. But like someone asked me what I did for work. And at the time, I was still making YouTube atheist videos. So I said I debunk religious claims and all of that stuff. And apparently, he took exception to that, complained to the
Hey, I
event
found it.
organizers that I was like trashing his religion or something. I was like, dude, they asked me what I do for a living. So, what can you do?
Yeah, my experience. Yeah, I actually found that other patch, and I'm having a hell of a time getting it off. But you're an atheist? You mean you don't believe in Jesus? And it's like, oh, come on.
Well, I don't know. Like, I have never really had that reaction from anybody in person. Like, seriously, it hasn't happened.
Oh, wow. A world like that would be so wonderful.
Well, it's just different parts of the country.
There we go. Yeah, so I found that patch I was looking for, so now I'm happy.
Okay.
But can you find the other patch?
Oh, man. Hello,
Hmm.
I'm Dr. Eye Patch. You might not get that
Nope.
No.
it's a Japanese cartoon called something around Milk Chan.
Milk.
Okay.
Okay.
You
It's
say
re-
so.
That's one
it's
I don't think
really
I've seen.
weird. Say again?
Uh,
I don't think that's one I've seen.
yeah, it
I,
doesn't sound even remotely familiar.
Super Milk Chan?
yes.
Well, first of all, it's probably Chan if it's Japanese and spelled Chan.
Chan, yeah. Super Milk Chan. The Might have seen one episode of this at one point, possibly. Character looks familiar.
Yeah, that stuff is just so good. I love, especially the one with the episode with the punishment missile.
How do you know about this show? It's from the late '90s.
I cannot remember where I discovered it, but it was love at first sight.
What was it called again? Milk Chan?
Yeah, Super Milk Chan.
Yeah.
Oh, that weird chibi looking thing?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
the blue hair.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Wait a minute.
It
What
looks
is?
really demented, whatever it is.
Yeah, and that's why I like it so much.
I may have seen a few episodes of this, but I don't know. Don't think I really got into it.
Well, the thing is,
No.
though, I should get on my soapbox here. The word for what you're thinking of is not demented; it's deranged.
Sure.
Demented refers to dementia.
Yeah. And
Well, I'm just getting all picky about words.
well, but you're assuming my meaning.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily think you were talking about um, the inability to think correctly. I guess is the way you'd put it. You know,
Well, why do you think it's deranged? Because you weren't thinking correctly when you created it. You see?
moo. No, I'm thinking that I'm demented
I am quirky.
because
That's my story and I'm sticking to it. I'm quirky.
I'm gonna freely say that I'm demented because I've been seeing the symptoms.
Hmm. You've been seeing The Simpsons, what?
No, I'm finding the symptoms of dementia in myself.
Yes, I
You
know. I was kidding.
boo boo boo.
That's definitely not a good thing.
No, it's not
Yeah.
a good thing. It scares me, but what the hell? I might as well embrace it.
Well,
My grandfather had dementia. That was not good to watch him go downhill.
in his wheelchair.
Well, that's what one of the things that's scaring me is that I wouldn't mind progressing into dementia as long as I didn't, as long as I was so demented I didn't know it was happening.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, it is quite often where the person will sometimes slip back into realizing what's going on.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
it's funny because like there was a time where people were like, if you were stuck in the Matrix or something similar, would you want to know? And me and all my friends were the sort who were like, yes, hit me with all of the brutal reality, of course. And lately I've come to realize, you know what? There was an episode of Black Mirror where a bunch of people were sort of stuck in a simulation, but it was a very Star Trekky simulation. And like at one point, they had to make this choice to get out of the simulation or spend the rest of their lives basically being the crew of a starship. And I'm sitting there thinking, you know what? If I was presented with that kind of a choice, I think I'd take the starship.
Interesting. I had a dream where a genie was granting wishes, or supposedly granting wishes, but he was actually basically enslaving people and brainwashing them to doing work, or can they just had this illusion of that the wish was granted.
Well, still though, I mean, seriously, like you know the way I keep saying, if I was handed a ticket, a one-way ticket to Never Neverland, I'd take it. You know, eternal childhood and all that. Although looking into it, it seems the Lost Boys don't actually live forever, but we won't get into that. The point is that, like, you know, if I were offered the opportunity to spend the rest of my life living out a fantasy, except I kind of know it's a fantasy, it's not real, but I'm still having just that much fun, I'd probably go for it.
Yeah, yeah, that just kind of reminded me of because it was in the dream. Him, the kid who got his wish was to get a rocket ship into space. So from his perspective, he was in this rocket heading into space, and the reality was he was like he stuck working this dead end job as a mindless zombie.
Oh, well, hell, that too. I don't care. I mean, if I'm having fun, I mean, like sort of one of my mantras lately, or mottos, or whatever, has become a life enjoyed is a life well lived. I mean, granted, you know, a life enjoyed not at the expense of others, but still, you know, a life enjoyed is a life well lived, even if you never accomplished jack shit. If you had a fun, if you had a good time, good, you know? Because you only
Yeah.
get one go round. Why spend it being like, you know, busy doing shit you don't want to do when it's like something you don't have to?
Yeah, I've heard you speak of this, and I am in total agreement with you. There's no such thing as wasting time because if you were, well, there is, but I mean, if you were having a good time and you're enjoying your life, then it's not wasted.
Yeah. I mean, you know, to be fair, there's obviously a certain amount of within reason to all of this, but
Oh yeah, yeah.
you know, um, in general, I mean, you'll always find exceptions to everything.
Okay, where am I here? Oh, Ox is here. I didn't see you come in. Hi, sweetie. How
Hmm.
you doing?
I really should just pop out the YouTube chat. Like I can see it over there on the side, but it'll just be easier if I pop out the stupid chat.
Well, you could always just click over the comments.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying is it's over there on the comments, but it's sort of a pain in the ass to read them over there. It's easier to pop out the chat.
Hmm.
That way I can put it wherever I want to. If I decide to sit at a funky angle, I can move it so I can still see it.
Okay.
You know, it would be good if they had a dark mode for her Streamyard.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Wait.
Um.
Oh, that. Okay. So as I'm looking at Ox's comment from several minutes ago, where he's like, "My circus poster brought back memories. Knew a guy that worked for Ringling Brothers. His job on the train was to use ropes to pull the giraffes' heads down over." But really, okay, cool. Yeah. I don't know if you guys were looking or not. I pointed my camera at my screen again, where I had a picture said how many lives of poor giraffes have been taken by low overpasses, and apparently, according to Ox, there are actually people who are watching for overpasses and will pull the giraffes' necks down with ropes so they wouldn't get hit. That's
I
kind
want
of
to.
cool.
I want to know if the giraffes ever give those workers a hard time because they don't want their heads pulled down?
Who knows?
Because
I
I've
mean,
seen-
how much damage can a giraffe do to a person, I wonder? I mean, because, there's animals out there who are pretty deadly where you'd never think it.
From under this, they can be pretty nasty. I've seen that CG version of the giraffe with his head sticking up and gets decapitated by an overpass.
I haven't seen that, but that was basically the theme of the picture. Yeah. Oh.
oh God, feels like that thing's running. Oh, it does feel like that thing's running so long because it will be running so long.
It's funny. There was this meme that was going around for a while where it was like, okay, there's a bear, and I think it was an alligator. No, it might have been a crocodile. I forget. And there was some other really nasty creature, and there was also a hippo. I think it was a lion, like a lion, a bear, and a crocodile, and a hippo. And it said, which one of these would you want to spend 20 minutes with? And I was like, you know what? They don't say 20 minutes where. In what? Well, like, are there trees? Are there boulders? Are we fenced in within like 10 feet of each other? What's up? Is this just out in the wild? But what I figured was, like, as deadly as hippos are, why not just avoid the bastards? I think the other ones might look at me as food, but I think if I just stayed the hell away from the hippos, they might not even look at me.
Okay.
Well, like I said, my response was that I'd go with the croc.
Yeah?
Hmm.
I don't know. How fast can they run?
They can be pretty fast.
Because, I mean, all of the people looking at my response about I'd take the hippo and just avoid it, they all still seem to assume that I wanted to do some sort of like hand-to-hand combat with it. Like everybody had some mentality that it wasn't just which one of these do you want to spend 20 minutes with, it's which one do you want to fight. All of them seem to take it that way. And I was like, but why would I do that? Why would I even make my presence known?
I've eaten lunch fairly close to a gator. They're about the size of that croc in that image. So,
I don't know. Like besides the morphological differences, which obviously I know, really, what's the difference between an alligator and a crocodile? Like in terms of attitude, which one's more likely to go on the attack?
actually, I'm not so sure.
I had always thought that it would be a crocodile, but then again, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, usually you hear about crocodile attacks. It seems rare to hear about an alligator attack. But then again, that might just be me and my memory being weird.
Okay, crocodiles are more aggressive, social.
Yeah.
Alligators are passive and solitary creatures. So,
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I more or less had it right by accident. I like that.
I don't know. It's weird. Like, there's always that little difference. Like, I can never remember. Like, I know the difference between sea lions and seals, but I can never remember which one has the ears and which one doesn't. Like, I know that's the difference. One has like external ears like that, and the other doesn't. Can never remember which one's which.
Okay. Don't quote me as absolutely accurate, but I think the seal is the one without the ears.
Yes, I can never remember. It's kind of like, okay, I've never really been able to get a straight answer, and I keep getting differing answers on this one. Is a pony different from a horse?
I believe so.
Because I've heard some people say that ponies are just young horses. But isn't that a colt?
Oh, I'm not sure about that either.
a pony is a type of small horse.
Okay, but it is a small. It's not just a baby horse. Okay, good. See, I mean, the thing is, I would get contradictory answers from people on that one, and it drove me up the fucking wall.
Okay. I think that's because no one knows and won't admit that fact.
I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's like, you hear about it, you know it's different, you know there's a thing, but you just like it. Nobody seems to really know. It's kind of like when you go looking up the origin of an old phrase or a saying that everyone just uses, and we all know what it means, but the words are so tangled, the phrasing is so archaic that it just doesn't seem to mean what it means. You know, and so you have to look it up and find out why it means that same sort of energy. You know.
Oh, what do we have here? I'm trying to figure out what I've got going and everything.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Mules and donkeys, exactly.
Well, that's easy.
No, no, no. It was just a comparison Ox made. That's all.
Say again,
It
please.
was just a comparison Ox had made. I was like, yes, exactly, exactly what you just said there, like that.
Okay,
I was just saying yes to what Ox had said. That's all.
gotcha. Yeah, it's the one I found out is that you've got the two words for the mirror images.
What?
Um,
Mhm.
there's mule is a hybrid between a horse and a donkey, but
Oh,
it's a specific hybrid. There's a word for male horse.
Morse.
Say again.
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. There's a specific word for a hybrid between a male horse and a female donkey, and another word for a hybrid between a female horse and a male
Is
donkey.
there any genetic difference whatsoever, though?
Um, well, the only difference is the gender of the or the sex of the animals involved.
Right, but the resulting spawn is not any different than it would have been with the other pairing,
I
right?
believe it is. I believe there's a difference in the probability of being able to produce offspring.
How strange. Okay. Huh.
Are we here?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's always kind of weird when you get that animal that has a name that makes it sound like it's something it isn't. You know, like apparently a civet cat is not a cat.
Oh, right.
That kind of thing. You know. Devil dogs are not actually dogs. No? Okay.
No, no. I was just what's the word for it?
Wool gathering?
I was distracted.
Uh, yeah, well.
Oh God, I'm old.
I gotta get some more waffles or something because I have maple syrup, but I haven't been using it.
Yeah, I've got some syrup as well.
I need to get some of those maple candies. They're like sort of crystallized. They're like a weird, funky,
Those
Oh,
sound,
like
those sound
tan
good.
beige looking things. I like
yeah.
those. Those are good. I'm
sound
like
good.
right in the place where you go to buy them. I just haven't been doing it.
That does sound good. Yeah.
Yeah. They're gone too quickly. You know what you can totally get is maple creamies. Oh, those are good. Soft serve ice cream for those of you total barbarians.
I had forgotten what a creamy was.
Yeah. It's like seriously the maple version. Oh, heavenly. Although
Still,
there's this one place downtown that does this vanilla that is just to die for. Oh my god, it is so good.
I still think that creamy sounds like a search term you'd find in Pornhub.
Yeah, well, if you spell it the right way, it's not. Because it's actually it's like CREEME, sometimes MEE, sometimes CREMEE. No one can decide which one's correct, but you know,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
there's one there's a custard that Euclid Beach Park used to have many years ago. Um, it was an ice cream custard. Um,
yeah.
basically, it sounds a lot like your creamy, but the custard that I remember had a hell of a lot of egg.
It's funny because I mean, custard as a food is not bad, but as a child, it always squicked me out a little just because it had turd in the name.
Oh, okay.
I was like, this sounds like something you have to wipe up after, not something you eat. And although something you eat eventually becomes something anyway.
Yeah.
But the point is that, like I didn't want to eat it just because of the sound of it, even though it was fairly decent. I don't know if that's an autism thing or I'm a complete child thing, but it's something like that.
Well, I don't know because everybody I know who
Both.
does this sort of thing is autistic. But
Mm.
it really amazes me. The people, I don't like this. I won't eat it. I won't even try it. I had never heard of it before this, but just because of the sound of what it's called, I'm not going to get near it.
I refuse to eat tabbouleh. And you know what? I mean, okay, hummus is gross too, but the sound of hummus made me not want to eat it.
Yeah, and I mean, you won't even try it?
It sounds grody, but I did smell it and said nope.
Okay, well, that is enough to make it okay as far as I'm concerned. Um,
And I mean, tabbouleh is also, I mean, it looks gross, it smells gross, the name squicks me, so screw it. Now, I have to actually differ from George Carlin on this one because I'm amused as hell by guacamole. That's a great word, guacamole. I like
Mm.
it.
okay.
Although I'm sure we've had this conversation about why I wouldn't eat guacamole for the longest time
I
because
don't
it
know.
it looks like when you break open a lobster and all that green lobster shit comes
Mm.
out of it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
And it
yeah.
looks way too much like guacamole. So for literally decades, I refused to eat guacamole because it looks too much like lobster shit.
Okay, then. Yeah, I don't know if that green stuff is lobster shit or lobster brain. I forget which.
Well, whatever it is, it's grody, and I would not eat lobster. Like to this day, I haven't eaten lobster since the first time I saw that stuff. It was still the 7 days. So yeah, I'm absolutely not. Yeah, ew.
I mean, I don't like buttermilk, but I know that I don't like buttermilk because I tried it.
To this day, I have no idea what the hell buttermilk is beyond it's a word they put on Eggos.
I remember my parents when I was little, they would have me drink down on a thing of brewer's yeast.
Ugh. My parents used to put that on popcorn.
Ew.
Yeah, they just sprinkled brewer's yeast over popcorn. I was raised by hippies.
And so was I.
Uh, yes, I do like avocados. Actually, there was this place in San Diego. They would make this like triple cheese pesto sandwich, and you could also get like lettuce, tomato, and avocado. And I'd usually put pastrami on it, and that was so good. Avocados are great. I
I'm
mean,
growing.
granted, they're a little mild or bland, I guess, just on their own. But I love guacamole.
I'm actually working on growing avocados.
Yeah.
Yeah, Got a couple
Oh, I see what's
of
going on.
avocado trees started.
Now, I have to admit, like the outside of an avocado is kind of creepy. That like dark green lumpy peel. It does sort of look like something where an alien might splurge out of it and clamp onto your face.
Yeah, I can see that.
But it tastes good. For a very long time, I refused to eat zucchini, but that's because I didn't realize that the peel on the outside was actually edible once it's cooked, even though it feels like sandpaper before it's cooked. And also, I have a real objection to the extremely bitter, soapy taste of the peel of a cucumber. And I figured since zucchini is so goddamn similar, it must taste as nasty. So it's like for a very long time I wouldn't eat zucchini, but then I tried a kung pao chicken and was like, oh, zucchini's not bad when you cook it.
That must be a super taster thing because I've never had that
Oh, I'm
experience.
such a goddamn super taster. Like, yeah, I did that test with the dye and took a picture, and it's like I have even more of those little taste nodules than a super taster. Like I'm a super duper ooper taster. God, I don't know if I won or lost a genetic lottery with that one. Like, it's probably going to be really hard to poison me, but at the same time, there's a lot of food I won't eat.
Kind of a mixed bag there, huh?
Yeah, it's a blessing and a curse. Okay, if avocado means testicle, fine. I don't know if actual testicles taste as yummy, but I'm not going to find out. Thank you very much indeed.
Jeez, my cousin, my aunt, that's her mother, was like, here, just try this. Try it. Like, what is it? Just try it. It was Rocky Mountain oyster.
Yeah, if anyone ever tells me just try it, they can go fuck themselves. I'm never going to just try something ever. Ever.
My cousin thought it was hilarious.
No, I forget. Is it cow or horse or sheep? What exactly?
Bull.
Bull. Okay. Fair enough. I can't imagine how big those might be.
They're not small.
No.
Ugh. Gross.
Yeah, there's a joke that goes around that. Okay, there we are. Let me just get over here and get some stuff. But there's the joke about the menu item, and it's the ball. It turns out to be the balls of the bull, and then they were always so large. But the guy who orders it this time gets these tiny little marbles, and he looks and he said, "Geez, why are these so small?" And the server says, "Well, Senor, sometimes the bull he does not always lose."
There. That's Rocky Mountain.
Oh, jeepers! I didn't need to see that actually.
What is? Oh, is that Rocky Mountain oysters?
That's the Rocky Mountain oysters.
Yeah.
See, that seems like the kind of thing where like frat guys eat it to prove how manly they are or something, and no one else ever does. I mean, I don't know. For all I know, they're a delicacy somewhere, but it seems like the kind of thing you only eat if it's a challenge.
Yeah. Or like what my cousin was doing, trying to pull a joke on.
I want to know though what that sauce is.
I think it's the cream of some young guy.
Okay.
It was some kind of red sauce.
I'm sure it was for a while anyway.
I mean, the first thing that comes to my mind is the cocktail sauce you get with the
cocktail.
There you go.
It does look like cocktail sauce. The green stuff was spinach.
Okay.
So it's
That's
cocktail
just
sauce.
so nasty.
It was
Ew.
it was cocktail sauce, spinach, and Rocky Mountain oysters, or it looked like they were deep fried.
So, why oysters? How did that get to be the? I mean, do they look like? I don't actually know what. No, I don't want to know.
Well, I just showed what they looked like.
Yes, but ugh.
Found another one that looks like fried chicken.
Oh, jolly. Ew. Just yuckity. Ew. It's funny now that I think about it. Like, how some people and I still don't know why, some people react so poorly to the word moist, right?
Okay.
I'm finding there are no like really words that squick me out too bad. Like there are some, it sounds gross if it's food, but it'd be fine if it was just a word kind of thing. But I think most of my sort of moist reactions are visual.
Oh man,
Like
you think the
anything that looks a little too, I guess the word I'm looking for is fractal. I don't know. Anything that looks too much like I can't stand to look at brains or intestines for the same reason. It's all those twists and folds are just bleh, you know?
if you thought it was disgusting when they were cooked, you don't want to look at them raw.
Yeah, well, I
Oof,
once saw
I'll
like
skip
like
that.
I forget if it was just a cross section artist rendering, if it was an actual sliced testicle, but the inside of it will haunt me to the end of my days. It was so grody. It was kind of like looking at that 3D imaging they had of the inside of a woman's breast, and it looked like some sort of alien creature, like a hive thing that wants to destroy the Enterprise. It was creepy as hell.
I don't think I've ever seen
Okay.
one.
So, like biology, especially foldy, lumpy biology, always creeps me out.
Oh man, this is not good. I'm looking around here for the price of Rocky Mountain oysters, and it's Jesus a pound of billed testicles for $20. Jesus,
Why would you be looking up the price?
because I had thought of buying some to cook them and eat them.
Ugh,
Why would you
you
do
will
that?
eat anything. Oh my God, you're a fucking goat, Diana. Yeah, you like seriously, I expect you to eat a tin can now.
Well, believe it or not, I've never had Rocky Mountain oysters, and I don't know if I like them or not.
Yes, but I don't want to know if I would like them.
No, I
I
just
don't
found.
I don't want to find that out. I mean, because number one, ew. And number two, what if I like them? And now I have to eat something that's ew. Because just the concept of eating like seriously bowl balls is so grody.
No,
I
that
don't
was not
know.
my
I mean,
that
the
was
way
not
I look
mine.
the way I look at it is I was raised by Eastern Europeans. We'll eat anything.
Yes, but ew.
No, that was not my dinner. That was just something I found off the internet real quick.
I won't even eat gorp.
Eat what?
Gorp.
What is gorp?
It's just raisins and peanuts. It's an acronym. Good old raisins and peanuts. Gorp.
Oh, okay, okay.
But I hate raisins so much. I'll eat the peanuts though. But I mean, doesn't gorp sound like an onomatopoeia for something that falls out of you that should have gone into the turlet?
It sounds
Gorp.
like an onomatopoeia, but to me, not necessarily for
Well, it sounds like a splat.
Daiukorostu.
I don't know. Or I still think Bronx sounds like someone getting hit on the head with a large stick. Bronx. It is, yeah. It has that sound to it. Bronx. You know.
Kale, raisins, and mushrooms and sweet potato.
Ugh. Oh my gosh, every last part of that sounds nasty.
Wait a minute. Raisins, mushroom, and sweet potato?
And kale.
Ugh.
And the
Oh
quinoas.
my gosh. Wait, in what?
Quinoas.
Quinoa?
Quinoa.
Oh, quinoa.
Oh, quinoa.
Quinoa.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have to admit that was another one of those ones like Tagalog, where I heard it said and I'd seen it written, but never had the two connected. And I'm like, what the hell is quinoa?
It's
But then I would hear people say quinoa, and the way I pictured that being spelled was radically different.
Okay.
yeah, that's not that's one I don't think I've really actually heard said.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, there's the other one that makes me sad about price is how expensive tongue is.
Uh, okay, the only time I buy tongue is when it's on my shoe.
Okay.
You know, the tongue of a shoe where the laces
Yes.
are. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, you sounded confused.
Well,
But I
on a
tell
good
you,
day,
Well,
and
okay, but see, I'm not going to buy tongue because then it's prostitution. You see.
right. But I mean, there's one where one of those things I was describing is the arguments I'd get into. Someone, it was either tongue or heart that this person did not. When this person said, "I won't even get near that. Have you ever tried it?" No, but I won't get anywhere near it. And it's like, geez, I mean,
Well, I
give it
won't.
a shot.
No, because it's guts, it's organs, it's innards. You know, it's one thing to eat flesh. It's another thing to eat where all of the icky stuff goes. You know, the places where the body processes urine and feces and all of that stuff. Ew. It's why I won't ever eat haggis. It's nothing but innards.
have this gizzards.
You know,
Oh, gizzard!
it's
I
like
love gizzards.
it's like maybe there's some way for them to clean and sterilize all of those organs and make it so that it's not like, oh yeah, hint of shit, but it'll still creep me out that this is where shit was for a while. This is where the piss was processed. I don't want to eat something that was involved in sanitation. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I mean, you get why, right?
Well, it's that the association just sounds so loose to me because, as you say, you could sanitize that and the whole thing like that, and it is no longer intimately involved with
It'll
sanitation right now.
it'll still have a bit of a psychic stink. I'm sorry, but it will. I mean, some part of me will be going, you're eating asshole right now. You know that, don't you?
Well, some people like to do that directly.
Yes, but you know what I mean. Is part of me is going to be going, this is not food. This is the part of the animal you throw away because it's gross.
Come to think of it, I've never thought of testing um, sphincter to see if it would be
Oh.
delicious to me or not.
Oh my gosh. Diana, you're gross. Ugh.
You do have to wonder how many of these food became food because of people starving to death.
I wonder how many of them became food because someone was dared to do it.
Well, I won't do something simply because somebody dared me to do it. I remember a particular story. I think it was in Australia about someone who was dared to swallow some particular beetle or something like that and ended up paralyzed from the waist down.
Mm.
Well, but I mean, how many times has someone said, okay, you're in the frat as long as you eat that spiny thing? You know, I mean, how many times has it been like, oh, yes, as your rite of passage to clan chief vice, whatever, you must first consume the hairy armored insect of whatever, I mean, like, how many times has it just been like, a dick sizing contest to eat that weird tentacled thing? And then someone discovered it was delicious instead of just creepy. How many times?
More than once, I'm going to guess.
Yeah. And then we have all the foods that are just really weird to prepare, like foie gras. Who was the first person to say, aha, let's give a goose liver disease and then eat the liver?
Yeah, that one I don't understand because if memory serves me, the French do that by force feeding the goose.
Yes, yes, they do. And I'm just sitting here thinking, like, how did someone think of that? Because someone said, I mean, I realize people are eating liver all the time. It's creepy, it's gross, but whatever, you barbarians. So someone said, you know what? It'd be better if this liver made its own butter. And so they force feed the goose whatever would make the liver fattier.
Maybe they came across a goose that already had that. Oh, this is tasty. Let's do it intentionally.
Maybe, I don't know. Or maybe there was some other animal with a very tasty liver that was eating a lot of grain and they went, hey, what if we did this to the goose?
That's possible.
I don't know. I mean, there are so many like ways it could have happened, but I mean, well, okay, have you seen this bizarre trend that's going around now apparently in Japan where people are cooking a fish in a way that keeps it still alive so you can eat it while it's gasping at
Oh
you?
yeah, I've seen that. It is
Oh, fuck.
disgusting.
I mean, I love Japan in many ways, but sometimes those people eat in strange, bizarre, what the hell were you thinking ways.
Apparently, the thought process behind the still live animal is that it proves that it's fresh.
Oh, geez. I mean, come on, can't you just pick your lobster out of the tank like everybody?
Yeah, you'd think it'd be enough to just have the animal right there in the tank and like, okay, I want that one, and then they process it instead of having it still alive.
Yeah. I
They did
mean,
that at one restaurant I used to go to.
I honestly would not know how to judge whether or not something's going to be tasty by looking at it while it's still swimming. I mean, leaving off the part where I'm not really the biggest fan of seafood. I mean, I'll eat some of it, but whatever. Actually, come to think of it, I do a little bit like fish sticks, and I have an air fryer now. Anyway, point being is like, I'm told that there are predators that taste nasty and the herbivores taste better. I'm told catfish tastes really good, but I look at a catfish and I go, that's not something you eat. That's something you kill before it destroys the enterprise. So I mean, it's like, I don't know what would look good. Like I look at that fish and I go, it's very pretty. Let's eat that. And it might taste like ass. How do I know?
Oh man, years ago I couldn't get enough catfish. Used to pull them out of Lake Erie, and yeah, tasty, tasty, tasty.
Well, still, I mean, how do I know? As like for all I know, there's a difference between a white chicken and a brown chicken in terms of taste, but like I'd know. It's
Yeah,
like
I
those
don't know
people
about
who
that.
are all, yes, I can identify this wine to the county where the grapes were picked. And I'm like, okay. I don't know. It's just weird.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's what I was forgetting to do. Don't mind me. I was warming up a little bit of stew meat such that I could separate the chunks into portions.
Oh,
Because I want to make some. I want to make some soup. I've got beef stew meat, but I don't want to use all of it. It'll be too much. I mean, it's about 3 pounds of beef stew. That's going to be too much for what I want to eat.
how difficult is it to defrost chicken in a microwave?
Not that difficult.
Hmm. I mean, because like they sell chicken at the store in such huge portions now, and I'm like, I'm not a family of four, you bastards. And I'm like, I guess I should just start freezing chicken instead of trying to use all of it before it goes bad. I guess that
Yeah,
would
you
mean
probably
like
should.
slicing it first rather than, freezing a chicken breast, like half an uncut chicken breast. I should probably slice it first.
Good idea, really.
Yeah.
Like sushi, Monica Man. My favorite sushi is eel sushi.
What the heck is surströmming there, native? I mean, I like Sweden, but the only food I know is the meatballs. That is weird. I should know more Swedish food than just Swedish meatballs, shouldn't I?
Lightly salted, fermented Baltic Sea herring.
Oh. Well, I mean, like I said, half my family's Jewish. I know more than I want to about gefilte fish.
I forget. I forget. What is that?
It's like nastily pickled or some shit.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
it's so nasty. Oh, by the way, I finally had a chance to try corned beef.
Who?
Corned beef.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let's hear it.
It it I okay. They somehow managed to make beef taste like tuna.
I
Okay.
never had that
Okay.
experience with corned beef.
It's gross. I don't like it. Maybe it was just the kind I had, but ew.
Maybe
It
I've
may
never.
or may not be. I mean, it is the main ingredient besides beef is potassium nitrate.
That doesn't help me.
I'm trying to remember. Oh, saltpeter.
That doesn't help me either.
Okay.
What does it taste like?
Oh my! I cannot think of what else it tastes like. All I can think of
Okay.
is it tastes like corned beef, and I like it.
I'd
Okay,
imagine
well,
maybe
it
on its
tastes to
own.
me like tuna, so
Oh, there's a cat in my
Hmm.
lap.
I never had a tuna experience from corned beef, so
well, I am a super taster. Maybe it's something I can detect that the rest of yous can't. Oh, for
maybe.
all
Could
I know,
be.
this flobbity whatever nitrate stuff tastes like the ocean.
That could be it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I can see that.
Yeah. It sounded, whatever it was, it had a vaguely chemically salt sound to it. What did you
Yeah.
say it was?
Saltpeter, potassium nitrate.
Potassium nitrate. I don't know why that read as salt to my brain, but it did.
It's one of the three ingredients in gunpowder.
Oh. And they put it in food. Jolly.
Integrate.
Actually, it is kind of funny. I saw like a meme a while back that, was like, okay, this much of this substance plus that substance equals food, but this much of that substance plus this other substance equals deadly thing. It was kind of wacky, like how close things
Yeah.
are to being like good for you or really bad for you.
Well,
Yeah.
I could gross you out right now.
Okay,
Well, you know the white stuff in the bird poop?
The
sure.
white stuff. Wait a minute. The white stuff in bird food.
Poop.
Poop.
Poop. Yeah.
That
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
that tends to be a good source of potassium nitrate.
Oh,
Yes.
jolly.
Absolutely.
Well, I remember hearing about how there was this artificial vanilla flavor that was coming from like some sort of beaver anal glands or something.
Okay.
I mean, ew. And while we're on the topic, what the frick is vanillin?
Vanilla.
I forget how to exactly define vanillin.
But it's not vanilla, that's for darn sure.
No, it might be the essence of vanilla, though.
I don't know. I just know that most things that claim to have vanilla in them don't have enough.
Okay, this might explain why you didn't like it. The description of potassium nitrate's its taste is a sharp, salty, bitter taste.
Yeah, that would explain it. That's why it tasted like seafood. It's grody. I mean, beef should not taste like fish.
Okay, here we go. This is what I thought it was, and I just confirmed it. Vanillin is the molecule that gives vanilla its distinct smell and taste.
Huh. Well, I have actually been thinking seriously about buying like just a vial of vanilla, for cooking, or maybe one of those Italian soda syrup thingies, and just adding vanilla to things that need it.
Okay.
Been wanting to grow the orchid that it's produced from.
Mm,
Say what?
Vanilla orchid.
Yeah,
The
yeah, yeah.
the plant that actually produces the vanilla bean.
It is a fleur.
I mean, it is true that just straight vanilla tastes nasty, but you put it in a dish, sweeten it up. Yum, 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 yum.
And there is enough difference between the natural vanilla and the synthetic stuff. It's worth the difference in price.
Hmm. Well, I don't know. Like, I don't know if Ben and Jerry's has discontinued it or changed its name or whatever, but they had this world's best vanilla flavor and it deserved the name. I mean, it was heavenly. I don't know why people prefer chocolate. I really don't. I don't know why people look at, like, even leaving aside chocolate, and people go, "Oh yeah, vanilla. That's so vanilla." And I'm like, "Dude, vanilla is not plain. Stop acting like it's plain. You're thinking of white bread. White bread is fucking bland. All right, but
Yeah,
vanilla is heavenly. What the hell? What the hell?"
absolutely, I agree. And what I really like is French vanilla because it has the extra eggs in it.
Yeah, that was funny to me. Like, I remember finally looking up the difference between vanilla and French vanilla and discovering it has nothing to do with the vanilla.
Yeah, right.
I was like, oh, okay. Because I really only cared about the vanilla part. And all this time I was like, whoa, is French vanilla better vanilla? Turns out no. Turns out it's not worse vanilla either. It's just vanilla.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Oh my.
Now I went like, okay, as much as I've been like exercising and all that stuff and trying to get in shape, now I want some fucking vanilla ice cream.
World's best vanilla. Ben and Jerry's.
Yeah, native vanilla is very expensive. Um, there was one point years and years and years ago. I actually got some Mexican vanilla. Boy, was that stuff good! Because that was the aqueous solution rather than the alcoholic tincture.
Okay, here we go. The Ben and Jerry's flavor graveyard. Oh dear. So, tell us which flavor you'd like to see back and why, and we'll resurrect the most popular. Cool. So, wow, Schweddy balls. I don't remember that one. I remember wavy gravy, fossil fuel turtle soup, Vermonty python. I remember that. This is not so. Chocolate comfort, chocolate, whatever. Ethan almond. I don't remember that.
I think I remember that one.
Urban jumble, creme brulee. Really, I kind of like creme brulee. Especially the caramelized stuff on top, like you also get it with flan, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Mm.
I
I
do.
like that. Oh god, there was one called Au Pair. Oy, that's terrible. Let's see. This is well, there are some that aren't listed though. I don't see Heath Bar Crunch. Huh.
Don't they do it anymore because of some brand associations?
Well, even so, they have like a toffee bar crunch thingy, and it's not that's not listed either. They have a coffee toffee bar crunch, but they don't have the vanilla anymore.
Oh,
It's annoying. Hmm.
Oh my. Okay, let's see where we are. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Okay, is
Peanut
this
popcorn.
What?
Looking at the graveyard.
What
The
did you say?
peanut popcorn.
Oh.
Peanuts and popcorn there.
Uh, I'm seeing others here.
okay? Come in. There it goes. We're getting there. Yeah, I want to somewhat defrost this, but not thoroughly defrost it because I'm putting some of it back into the freezer.
Fossil fuel.
Now I want. Let's get this over here. Where the heck? Where did my scale go? What happened to it? I am not seeing where my scale went. All right, you two, what did you do with my scale?
What is this scale for?
Weighing stew meat.
Oh,
Why would you
I don't
need?
know.
Why are you weighing stew meat?
I'm splitting a package of it into portions. I guess. Okay, I guess I'll just eyeball it.
No, I don't think you want to add eyeballs to your meat.
What?
Against you, so you might actually want to add eyeballs to your meat.
Are you talking about eating eyeballs? And if you are, why are you when you were going on about the other stuff?
It's you.
It's because of me that you're talking about eating eyeballs?
Yes.
Okay. I've never eaten an eyeball, but I would try one.
Cool. They actually have a whole thing where you can get the full list of the flavors you might want to resurrect.
Yeah, that's nice. Where'd you
It's
find that?
well, if you click the resurrect this flavor button, it takes you to a thing where you can click on which flavor do you wish we'd bring back, and it is a long
Ah.
list. My word. Wait, they have world's best chocolate listed, but not world's best vanilla? Huh.
Huh. Well, I can't find it anywhere though.
How weird. No,
Yeah.
I mean on the list.
Yeah, I see that.
Well,
Okay, hang on here. I'm able to get this apart. It's just I want to figure out which order I want. The part I want to cook or the part I want to eat, save first. Okay, I think I know what I'm going to do. Because I really, 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 really need to go through everything I have and sort it down and all this other shit.
well, it looks like the world's best vanilla is just now their vanilla. That's cool. Like they dropped the world's best part, but it's still the same flavor.
Okay.
Well, you
It,
know how shit gets renamed from time to time.
it just sounds like they're demoting it.
It does, but if it's the same flavor, I don't give a toss.
All right, now I want to look for a plastic bag.
So if they rename the world's
Oh
most,
my fucking word, how long has this been up there?
do we want to know what you just found?
Yeah, what was it? The map to some treasure?
I found a package of Michelina's fettuccine alfredo atop the defriginator.
Oh, that sounds like the kind of thing that doesn't keep unless it's in the refrigerator.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. You know, I've never actually tried Cherry Garcia, but the fact is that I don't usually like fruit in my ice cream to begin with. So, like, I'll eat strawberry ice cream if it's strawberry flavored ice cream, but if it's all chunky and seedy, forget it.
Okay,
I mean, it can even be flavored with real strawberries. I just don't want chunks.
okay, I understand.
It's kind of the same way I don't like pulp in my orange juice.
Yeah, I get that. I can live with that.
Yeah. And maybe if Cherry Garcia, had more Garcia, less cherry, I don't know.
Now, is this too small for this portion of beef? Yeah, it looks like it's too small. Because the portion that's sitting on the table right now looks about the right size for soup the next time I make it.
Okay.
I don't know. Let's try to. Would 2 bags work on this? Maybe.
2 bags of what?
Weed?
Oh, well, okay. I don't know. I was a little worried that it was sheep wool.
Well, knowing Diana, it could be anything.
That's true. Ground up hobo. You know,
Okay, I think I
I've
see what I
never
can
actually
do.
looked it up. I don't know, like, if Hoboken and hobo are related, and even if they are, what the hell hobo means.
I I thought something. There was something about ho boy, um, as in the garden implement.
Oh. So, like, when he was carrying that sack on a stick over his shoulder, he was using a hoe to do it?
I think maybe. Yeah, I think
Huh.
that was. And oh darn it, the
Was one of them
the
named
hoe.
Ken?
Say again, hon.
Was one of them named Ken?
I don't know. Maybe.
Although, I mean, given that sometimes Ken is like a sort of like a rapport with animals or a just sort of an instinct kind of thing, maybe, like the town was named after the mindset of a hobo. This is the Hobo Ken, where you find the Hobo Kin.
Maybe.
And the Hobo Kin can whatever you need them to do.
I'm getting there slowly but surely. This is going to take me weeks, but eventually I'm going to get everything sorted out.
Mm-hmm. I'm not a fan of sorting things. I find it quite tedious.
Well, yeah, same here, but eventually there comes a point when you just have to. Oh
Well,
man, okay, there's there. Oh, look over there.
so I don't know if it's that I've barely had anything to eat or if it's the munchies, but I'm quite hungry. I don't know if you care whether I eat on air or if we should end this or if I should go.
I
But
don't mind you eating on air.
all right, food it is.
I was about to get myself something to eat myself.
No, but I found up there, and someday I have to prepare them. I found the lamb steaks I bought a little while back.
I'll just wait for Kate to get back and then I'll get myself something.
And I don't know what it is. I didn't understand. I didn't realize this, but I saw written in a magazine article at one point. Do Americans not like lamb?
I don't know.
If so, why?
It's my favorite meat.
Yeah, same here. Well, veal I might like a little better than lamb, but
Veal I don't like.
I dearly, dearly, dearly love lamb.
Lamb is decent, but I can see why some people don't like it. There's a kind of acridity, I guess, to it. It like I remember in The Big Bang Theory at one point, Sheldon said that lamb tastes like sweat, and I know what he means, even though I don't quite agree.
All right. But I dearly, 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 dearly love lamb, and I wish it were less expensive.
Mm.
But that's what I'm going to have to do, I suppose. Is make different series, pick a meat, and prepare that meat in different ways. You know, like do a lamb series and how to different ways to prepare lamb or that sort of thing.
Mm. So you know what I just realized? You know all of those breakfast cereals like Count Chocula, Frankenberry, Boo Berry, all of those?
Yeah.
You know what those are? Those are breakfast cereals. Fear is either all monsters.
Okay.
Cereal. It's breakfast cereal. It is.
Bum.
I bet if the marketing department used that, it would work.
What just
Probably.
amazes the shit out of me, though, is that these breakfast cereals they can trace their lineage back to cornflakes, which originated with Harvey Kellogg as a way to stem the libido.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that is rather funny. Okay, let me get myself something to eat.
I don't know. It's weird all the things people thought food could do that it in no way does.
Okay.
Okay, is there anything at all about eating eggs raw that makes a man virile?
I wouldn't think so.
Or eating oysters?
Oh, what? Yeah, that's the thing. Is it oysters are supposed to be an aphrodisiac or something?
Or it helps performance in some fashion? I don't know, but apparently guys eat oysters if they're like trying to get laid or something. I don't know.
I don't think I would be more inclined to hop into bed with somebody because of their diet of oysters.
No. I mean, it's supposed to help the guy who eats them.
Yeah, but you've got to have a willing partner, and if I knew somebody with oyster breath, I think I'd be
Oh,
less
well.
inclined.
Okay, I don't know. I but there are all these things that people believe about certain foods that they just probably don't do.
Right, right.
Kind of like how it's totally cool to go swimming right after you eat.
Oh God, I remember that one, that admonition,
You know,
which used to piss me off. You gotta wait an hour. You gotta wait an hour, and it's like Jesus Christ.
I've heard an hour. I've also heard a half hour, and all of it's bullshit.
Yeah. I've got to go through my back catalog here, and maybe I could get something out of making clips of everything. Like making a clip of "You gotta wait an hour."
Mm. You know, they did studies, and sitting too close to the television does not hurt your eyes.
Uh huh.
Hmm.
Or having the book too close to you when you're reading.
Never heard that one.
Yeah, I heard the one all the time about don't go laying on the floor and reading your book because it's too close to your eyes and it'll make you need glasses. And no, it won't.
Hmm.
Oh my!
It's so weird. All these things people believe like that.
I mean, is that?
Okay, apparently you don't waste energy leaving the refrigerator door open.
Oh,
Or,
here I thought you would.
or at least not if you're like browsing, trying to decide what you want to eat and you're holding the door open looking. Like that's not all of a sudden your power bill starts getting jacked up like,
Oh
200%
yeah,
or something. That doesn't happen.
yeah, right, definitely. Um, where did I put the lentils?
Hmm.
Wait a minute. Okay, a pound of lentils here.
Did cars really used to need to warm up? Or was that just another urban myth?
Say again, honey.
Did cars used to really need to warm up, or was that just another urban myth?
I think they did, and I think it was about the fuel mixture.
Hmm. I don't know. I never really understood what it meant when a car got flooded.
That was definitely about the fuel mixture, where you were getting liquid fuel from the output of the carburetor.
Okay, whatever that means. But I mean, the
Uh,
point was as I understood it, a car would get flooded if you gave it too much gas without actually using it.
I'm trying to find a precise definition here in my head. I don't think it was that. Um,
Well, that's the way I remember having it described. Is like if you had the gas pedal pushed down for too long and you didn't actually turn the car on, it would like flood something.
yeah, that's closer.
Well, that's what I meant.
Okay. Uh, for every cup of lentils, add 4 cups of hot water.
When your car is flooded?
Yes.
Okay, that seems weird. That reminds me of another line in The Big Bang Theory where it was like Penny and her dad were talking about, like reusing waste, animal waste for fuel. and they're talking about her cousin Donnie, who just put like mixed water and pig poop and poured it into his mom's Camry. And it's like,
Okay.
that's not gonna make it run, dude. You know, that kind of thing. I don't know. Where'd Mage go?
Oh, is he no longer? I don't have that stream. I don't
Well,
have
he
that
was
stream.
there, but he's muted.
I don't know. Hey, hey, sweetie, where's you going?
And you know, I can kind of hear how high I am in my voice.
Okay, I wasn't noticing it so much today.
I can hear it.
I don't have any celery, but I do have carrots. That'll be okay.
I have celery. In fact, that was part of my stir fry for this morning's meal.
Oh, yay. I just get so frightened when I think about food. Because it costs money to buy and costs a lot more money now to buy it than it did, for me anyway.
Oh my gosh, that's terrible. Sorry, so someone on Twitter was reading about how I had "Born to Be Wild" stuck in my head, and he's like, "I still want to know whose head is out on the highway."
Oh, my.
Yeah, that was good.
Okay, let me look at this one over here. I'm going to have to put out a lentil soup issue, but right now I'm hungry.
Mm.
So I'm just going to. And I don't understand what it is about tomatoes that everybody likes. I mean, I like tomatoes, but there are so many recipes where I see that tomatoes are a required ingredient, and I don't see how that happens, how that works.
Well, man, I get it. I don't know. Of course, when it's not tomatoes, it's potatoes. There are a lot of dishes where they just like, okay, potato to thicken this thing up.
Well, the potato starch does work to thicken things up. I will say that.
Mm. Sometimes
But
like flour or some shit. I don't know.
there are so many things you can use to thicken. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to make some like milkshakey things, and it wasn't going very well. So I started using non-dairy creamer instead of milk
Okay.
with the ice cubes. I was trying to make like a frappuccino kind of thing.
How does it work?
Eh, I can never really make it thick enough. I need to use like heavy cream or something, I think.
Okay. Because I'm trying to remember how it works. I think at least one of the non dairy creamers are mostly cornstarch.
Mm. Oh, that's actually a darn good point. I posted because like there was a tweet of mine that just got like a fuck ton of likes, and then I looked at it and I was like, oh shit, look at that misspelling. Oh fuck, typo, typo, typo. Mind you, it didn't change the meaning. It was just embarrassing, the typo. And a friend of mine replies with, now you know how Neil Armstrong felt.
What am I not getting?
One small step for man. It was supposed to be one small step for a man.
Oh, that one.
Wow,
Yeah,
of
yeah, yeah.
all people, I would have thought you'd get that. But like for the longest time, that has been a thing. And he's probably like, oh fuck, that's not what I meant, guys. Really. I don't know. Did he say it and it just wasn't picked up, or did he not say it correctly?
I'm trying to think back because I remember I remember watching it live and everything. I can see how easy it was to get one small step for man out of that. Um, I'm trying to remember what I heard.
Well, it always sounds to me like one small step for man, but it makes no sense, of course, because man and mankind would be used in the same context that way.
Yeah, right.
So you would need a man, or even, who knows, he could say that's one small step for the man, the giant leap for me, so he can go around the rest of his life going, who's the man? You know?
Yeah. Oh man, I cannot remember what I heard because oh Jesus, I mean that was what 53 years ago.
Well, it's not like it hasn't been replayed 1,000 times, though.
Say again, honey.
The saying, the one small step for man, that's been replayed like a bajillion times.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, what I might as well do. Yeah, I've got a lot of. Oh Lord, I got a lot of sorting and cleaning and shit to do.
Society would be very different if the dominant species had been seahorses.
Oh my. Yeah, come to think of it. I mean, I know of people anyway. I don't necessarily know any of them personally who find seahorses disgusting because the male cares for the young internally.
Yep. And to them, I assume this is like some sort of affront to God, is it?
Something like that, yeah.
Oh,
I
apparently
mean,
Beck
these
is
are the.
here.
Say again, hon?
I said, apparently Beck is here.
Oh, yay. No, I mean, those are the very same people who insist that their God created all forms of life.
Yeah, apparently he doesn't make mistakes. I suppose the only recourse they have is to say this is like a failed creation, a fallen creation or something. Or it's like, well, only because like Garden of Eden, go splatty, everyone cast out. Now things can go wrong.
Yeah, they will come up. Well, they'll come up with almost any excuse
Yeah.
to vindicate their God.
It is interesting how much God working in mysterious ways looks like he's not even there.
Yep, absolutely.
There's like this meme that goes around from time to time where it's like, have you ever noticed how people never find God when they're happy?
Uh huh.
It's always when they're going through something that all of a sudden they find religion.
Oh, okay. So,
Which is actually ironic when you think about it, because they always insist that atheists are angry at God because we had some sort of bad experience and God wasn't there to pull us out of it and kind of thing. It's like total projection.
the other one that gets me is they say we're mad at God. And how can we be mad at God when we think that their God isn't even there?
Well, I like a lot of them try to use that argument where they're like, how can you be angry at God unless you think God exists? I'm like, I'm angry at Jar Jar Binks. I don't think he exists.
Okay, okay.
You know, I'm like, I can be mad at fictional characters, dude. I can think Sauron is a horrible, horrible guy and not for a moment think he's real. You
Yeah,
know?
he's a horrible guy because he was written to be that way.
Well, whether he was or not, the point is that I can hate fictional characters. I totally can. It doesn't prove your god is real or that I think your god is real just because I hate the bastard.
Right. Got to figure out what I'm doing with everything over here.
Oh, it's just so frustrating. I mean, I've been coming up with as many short, succinct, brief ways of shutting down some of the more common arguments that you get, where it's like, you know, when someone wants to do some definition lawyering, or someone wants to say, like, you know, oh, look, you atheists really do believe because blah, you know, that kind of thing. Like, I've been finding ways to shut those arguments down before they can be made. And it's weirdly effective. And I know it's effective because people who would have debated me if I'd let those things slide run away as soon as I don't let it slide.
Uh-huh.
You know, like, it's not even I was rude or insulting or anything. I just did not buy their bullshit. And they don't know how to cope if you don't fall into their trap that's worked so many other times.
Okay. Yeah. So wait a minute. Am I look? Okay. Do I have salt? A little bit. I
Huh.
thought I had none at all. Okay, this is better.
It's been a while since I've actually used salt. Like, everything I use has salt in it, like teriyaki or you know, tamari or something like that. You know, it already has salt built into it. Or I'm making a dish that doesn't need salt. In fact, where salt would be a bad thing.
Yeah, I hardly ever add salt other than making grilled cheese sandwiches, where I will put a little bit of salt on the top of the sandwich.
Oh, I
even
haven't heard
then,
that.
it's
I
like,
haven't heard that one.
I actually bought some peanut butter the other day. I don't usually eat peanut butter that much.
And I toast the grilled cheese with mayonnaise.
Oh, why?
No,
It's
don't.
an-
No.
It gets a nice golden brown,
Oh, so use butter instead of mayonnaise?
but mayonnaise works better.
Oh, but it's disgusting. It's evil. It's horrific. Never use mayonnaise. Mayonnaise is the anti condiment.
I like mayonnaise. It's a tangy flavor.
No, I'm not a fan of mayonnaise. No, I'm sorry. And I've tried it, so I know.
Oh, I've had mayonnaise forced on me. It's always gross. Kind of like coleslaw. Ugh.
Well, okay, now there's the thing. I'm okay with coleslaw.
Yeah, but you're like also okay with sauerkraut. So what do you know?
Oh, sauerkraut is yummy and tasty.
Yeah, see, every time you say something like that, it's very reasonable to assume you're talking about something disgusting that no person should be eating. In fact, it shouldn't even be waved at anybody's digestive tract. It is poison and should be, like, you know, banned by the Geneva Convention, like liver and onions. Onions are okay, but mix it with liver and it's just evil.
Yes, liver with the side of mushroom stuffed with mayo and Parmesan cheese, and we have a nice licorice tea to wash it down with.
Ugh, vomit. Vomit. Ugh, you people. Why? Like, seriously. Stuff.
Bah!
I'd eat the mushrooms, not the liver.
The only way I would ever consider eating mushrooms is if they were magic.
Well, with
myself
me,
a-
it depends what mushrooms and how you're preparing them. I've tried fried shiitake, and no, I don't like that, unfortunately. Because the wilted shiitake just didn't do it for me.
Hmm.
I got myself
In any case,
scrambled eggs with cheddar and sriracha sauce.
no.
What sauce?
Sriracha.
Drakdach?
Sriracha.
Sriracha.
Oh, sriracha. Okay.
Now, see, I would actually be more inclined to use mozzarella with my eggs, but I don't know. I mean, cheddar, I'm very hit or miss with cheddar. I like Swiss. I like mozzarella. I like Monterey Jack. I like Gouda. Generally speaking, the less like stinky and the more cream-ish the cheese, the more I like it.
Mm. I could have done mozzarella on this.
So, are you a fan of brie?
Don't know. Can't remember. Don't think
Okay.
so.
Okay.
Is it stinky?
If I remember correctly, no.
Huh. Well, next time I see some, if I have a chance, I'll check, but I don't know.
And and I think I do remember correctly that brie is very creamy.
Well, I remember being very surprised by Monterey Jack. I really like it.
According to
Now,
Google here,
I'm not the kind who's going to go and run and grab for Monterey Jack.
Well, it's like almost but not quite spreadable. Like it's so soft. I love it.
according to this, brie should have a sweet odor. Who knows what they mean by sweet?
What happened to? I wonder. That sounds like a great title for an internet for a YouTube series. I wonder if somebody's done it already. But I don't see where my paper towels went.
Sorry, what?
I found them.
I don't know. There's a lot of cheeses that people don't realize are as nasty as they are when, eaten by a super taster.
Okay.
Seriously, there's a lot of cheese that's just really, really gross that other people can't taste the grossness.
Will you get anywhere near Lavender?
No.
You want? Okay, I couldn't remember.
Ugh. Oh my gosh, no.
Oh man, Detko would love Limburger.
I don't know. I mean, how many times do you make burgers out of limbs?
Well, that too.
But no, I did no. I hate when they sprinkle Parmesan cheese on my pasta. Ugh. Seriously,
Oh, okay.
Parmesan smells like vomit. I don't know how anyone can eat that stuff. It smells so gross.
Yeah, I get it. I'm not that big a fan of Parmesan either, to tell you the truth. And that's one of the few things that, where I can't stand it because of the way it smells or whatever. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's some where I can't even identify what it is that smells so bad, but something does, where it's like it's not the same as that vomit smell, but there's definitely something chemical going on here that sounds like something you have to wipe up with ammonia rather than eat. You know?
Okay.
I'm not sure I can define what it is. I really don't, but there's a sort of I keep wanting to say alkaline, but I don't know if I'm using that right. Scent.
Oh my.
There
I
is a
gotta
sort of
figure
this
out where-
chemical could be used to generate energy sent to it.
Oh my.
Battery acid smell.
Sort of. It's just a really weird smell. I don't know.
Does anybody ever use battery acid anymore?
I don't know. I'm not even sure what they used it for.
It was the acid that you would use in batteries, in the lead acid batteries.
Okay.
And it worked out that it was rather dilute sulfuric acid.
I don't know what batteries are made of anymore. The last I heard there was all like alkaline and shit. I don't know, like so many things are rechargeable and I don't know what's inside a battery anymore.
Yeah, neither do I really.
I don't know. I stopped paying attention to that because I didn't need to know.
But yeah, battery acid was one of the things that preteen boys would use a lot of because it was rather popular in home chemistry.
Hmm.
I remember when, yeah, you had the books in the library and shit, where you could, you were advised to get battery acid for use in the chemical experiment. Yeah, that sort of thing that you really cannot just, you can't do it anymore. They won't let you.
But I have an old, like 30-ish year old copy of the Anarchist Cookbook. And I do wonder because, like, I hear all the time that a lot of the recipes and things in that are not right, that they don't actually work.
Right.
And I have to wonder if they work in my edition or not because I understand they used to, but then it got changed. And I don't know when that change happened. But I do wonder if my copy of the Anarchist Cookbook is, yeah,
Yeah.
Mm.
I don't know. Um, the only thing I would actually do that I'm told is in there, and I haven't looked in ages, is try to make like homebrew acid, LSD, because apparently that recipe's in there somewhere, and apparently it works, but I don't know. I don't know if it's something you can just do, like with over the counter anything.
Okay.
Like, I mean, what is in LSD that you could just get over the counter and then mix into LSD? I mean, wouldn't there be something you'd have to get at like a lab somewhere? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I don't know.
And where is the D from? Because isn't it like lysergic acid? Where's the D?
Which D?
LSD.
Oh, the D is diethylamide.
Where is that? Because I've only ever heard it described as lysergic acid.
Lysergic acid.
I've never heard the dimethyl whatever that you just said.
No, that's referring to a couple of the chemical groups that are attached to the lysergic acid. But yeah,
Oh.
when
People
you,
always seem to leave that part off when they said the name.
I don't know, maybe, when they refer to cooking the acid, they're referring to conducting the chemical reaction that attaches um, the groups.
Oh, well, I'd never actually cook up my own acid anyway. I'd fuck it up and end up killing myself, so I think I won't do it.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah. Oh, well. I have weed. Weed's good enough, and it's legal. So, Wish Joe Biden would just get off his ass and legalize it federally. He could do it with an executive order.
Yeah, really.
Jerk. I mean, man, I just think about how many lives have been destroyed over weed. It's crazy.
It's been my opinion in that we should either legalize or at least decriminalize all drugs.
Yeah, I mean, I get it and I sort of agree in principle. On the other hand, I have a feeling that it will kill a whole bunch of people. I mean, I don't know, maybe, God, if I was going to be as cold blooded as possible, I might say, well, that's worth it to get to a better place. But I hate thinking of lives as worth it. You know what I mean?
And at least it actually save a lot of lives too.
That's true. But well, it's I guess what I'm saying is that it's a little trolley problem ish, you know?
Hmm.
And
Okay, I guess no. This is not. This is not dinner.
yet Diana's like cooking or cleaning or something. I don't know what the hell she's doing there, native, but yeah, she's not on screen because she's housekeeping.
Yeah, I'm making some. Trying to make some food here because I'm actually hungry.
Cooking and cleaning could be the same thing for her.
Yeah, native, they like there was some sort of study done or something. It turns out that like to kill yourself with weed would take like bushel upon bushel upon bushel, like a parking lot full of weed before it would actually damage you. So yeah.
Yeah, the only people I've ever heard of actually dying from weed were people who had an allergic reaction to it.
Mm.
Okay.
And also, I mean, it helps that marijuana is habit forming, but not chemically addicting. That, helps. I mean, like, if it's going to be decriminalized, it's certainly a point in its favor. Don't everyone agree with me at once. Did my microphone go dead again?
No,
It didn't go dead. I was just distracted.
now
Okay.
it's coughing.
Oh my. Well, this little activity I'm engaging in right now is doing some good. I mean, I'm changing the status of some of the food around here.
You say lever instead of lever, don't you? She's distracted again, I guess.
What's up? What?
I said, you say lever instead of lever, don't you?
Fleabird instead of
No.
flebird?
You say lever instead of lever, don't you?
I sing that. What do you mean?
You say lever instead of lever.
Oh. My brain is finally. Well, it's a lever, isn't it?
No, it's a lever. Also, things have a status, not a status. And it's data, not data.
No, it's Dada.
No, Dada is an art style that relies on chaos and meaninglessness.
That's the Deberodie.
Yeah, there's times I wonder if my brain is Dadaist by nature. Either that or I'm just a brat.
Oh my.
Was a thing
Let
from
me get this
Star
over
Trek.
here and just
Data. No, name's Data.
gonna get it
What's
out of
the
the way
difference?
here.
One is my name, the other is not.
Uh, I don't know what people are seeing in this
Can
Picard
it?
season 3. There's
What?
been
Oh,
people have been just gushing over Picard season 3. It still looks like the same drab, dark crap that we've been getting, except they just threw in a bunch of TNG member berries.
well, I haven't been watching it. I haven't
There's
really
a,
been all that interested in Star Trek ever since I saw the first half episode of Discovery.
there's a picture of it.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
looks like the
like
same
I
drab,
hate this
dark.
trend in sci-fi now to make everything look, dark and grim and edgy and shit. Why?
And of course, we got all the characters who's dropping f bombs.
Oh, geez. I mean, they could at least come up with their own Star Trekky slang, like smeg and frel.
Yeah.
I
Like
mean, would that be so terrible?
the uniforms look drab and dark. You got everybody just this doesn't work to me. I don't get what people
Yeah.
are gushing over about with this. Just because they added in a bunch of member berries?
I don't know.
Oh yeah. Okay, there we go. Let's get this.
Oh, jeez. Hmm.
Now this is where I know and understand that I definitely have to work on the general purpose computer
Hmm.
because it's not working at the moment. And what I'm using right now is I'm using the laptop, and its speaker is rather like the old transistor radios.
Okay.
Very
Very
tinny, huh?
tinny. And it's difficult for me to make out what's coming over the speaker.
Oh.
So the difficulty I had with you just a minute ago, with the lever and lever, yeah, was that I couldn't hear what you were saying. I couldn't make out what it was.
What?
Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah. See, the problem is when people get to know me well enough, they understand when my what is disingenuous.
move.
Ah, well, what you gonna do, huh?
Oh, what have we got? Pour some coffee here. Oh my word!
Familiarity breeds verklempt.
It's the egg and the og and the it's the boo and the goo and I have no idea what I'm talking about. Probably because my brain is fried. And you should be the one with the fried brain right now.
Well, it's not fried, it's baked.
Oh, what have we got here?
Board the plane Wayne? I don't know. Ride your bike, Mike.
All right, there we go. We're getting there.
Take off in your spaceship, Chip. I don't know.
Oh, Chandavadayake.
Dang, now I can't remember what it was I was going to go out for. I was thinking about going out and getting some groceries, but now I can't remember what for.
I need to get some more coffee creamer.
No, I actually haven't had coffee in a while. I should start drinking coffee again instead of buying Red Bull.
Moo?
No, Red Bull.
Moo, moo. Red moo.
Mm. Oh dear, Rocky Mountain Red Bull. I don't even want to. Ew.
Ah! Sunday.
Ah.
Sunday.
Oh, that's just not okay. I can think of two things that might mean.
Hello, back. Von Rick.
I think one of the things I wanted to do, like I was going to try to make some, like frozen fish, whatever fish sticks or something in the air fryer and see how that goes. Because one of the things I didn't like about making stuff in the oven was how freaking long it took to preheat and all of this and the other thing. It was just not quick like a microwave, but that air fryer is zippy fast. And so I was thinking about seeing whether, like, a fish fillet or something breaded, Mrs. Paul's or whatever the fuck, was any good in an air fryer.
I would advise trying that, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not the world's biggest fan of seafood. I do like crab legs, but that's about it. But, I mean, every now and then one of those fish fillets, for whatever reason, strikes my fancy. I don't know.
Hey, Von Rick, I didn't see you come in. How you doing, sweetie? And of course, I didn't see you come in, Beck. That was a while ago.
I mentioned Beck was here.
You did. I remember that.
Jeez.
I haven't had that screen up in a hell of a long time.
Yeah, I've been sort of staring at it this whole time. People aren't speaking very quickly. Or at least not a lot. There was a brief spate of rhyming people's names with modes of transportation, but other than that, people haven't said much.
Oh, my. Yeah, I actually remember that song. Damn it.
We're like, clearly the ones who are supposed to be entertaining them, but come on, give us some fodder, guys.
Oh, my.
I mean, honestly, I don't have a lot else to talk about. Like, unless, well, no, I take that back. I don't have any news to report that I haven't already mentioned. Easy.
I'm running out of things to say, too.
Well, I did like this thing that was going around Twitter for a little while. I think I only saw it yesterday, the day before, where they were saying, like, there's these products out there that don't actually contain cheese, but they're sort of cheesy, so we have to let them spell it Cheez, right? So now they can sell Cheetos and Cheez-Its and all of that, So now Fox should have to spell it Fox, Nooz, Fox News, like that. I think that's a great idea to let us know it's not really news, the way it's not really cheese,
Mm-hmm.
Now, all right, someone satisfy this curiosity for me, if you will. I should have looked it up on my own, but what the hell? Is nacho cheese really a kind of cheese, or is it just something we made up? Like I mean, the sort of Kraft macaroni and cheese or whatever, the Velveeta stuff. I mean, that's not really cheese, but is nacho, because I've only ever seen nacho cheese as like a dip or on chips as a powder or whatever. Is nacho a real kind of cheese?
Yes. Nacho cheese is a processed cheese sauce made from cheddar cheese, milk, and spices.
Okay, so it's all right. Good to know. Because I've always seen it in like day glow orange form on like a snack. I've never encountered like a slice of nacho. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously it's processed, so you can't have a slice of it, but still.
Kind of like
It always struck me as kind of odd that like you couldn't just go up to the cheese counter at Ralph's and say, give me a half pound of nacho.
Yeah, kind of like the cheddar, the Cheetos, who's the mac and cheese Cheetos, who's he has that day glow nuclear packet of powdered cheese.
Yeah, well, have you seen like the other flavors? Because they have other ones. There's the flamin' hot, turns this dark, angry, like deep maroon color. It's creepy looking.
I've had the jalapeno one. I like that one.
Yeah, I'm trying. Okay, here's the thing. I remember liking either the flamin' hot or the jalapeno, and I can never remember which one was the one I like. So I end up buying one of each and trying them and going, that's the one I like, and then forgetting all over again.
No, I hate that.
Because there is a difference between the two, and I forget which one I like better. But I remember the other one I'm just not into.
Well, I guess that's where you have to write a note and
Tattoo
leave
it
it
on
in your
the
purse
inside of
when
my
you go
eyelids.
shopping,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Well, anyway. I swear though,
Oh,
there was something I wanted to get at the store besides, like fish fillets, and I can't remember now.
I think I'm
Oh
gonna get
well.
some cubed beef and make like a beef stew.
Hmm.
wait a minute. A beef, a cow stew, or a beet like the plant?
Beef. Moo.
Okay, okay. Well, that's something I'm going to be working on fairly soon. So I'll say don't wait too long, but wait a little while and stay tuned, and we'll see what we get up. We'll see what we
So,
get up to.
how are stews made thicker than soup?
Sometimes they add a thickening agent.
What thickening agent would that be?
Well, I suppose that one could use um, potato starch
You know,
Hmm.
or
starches.
cornstarch.
Hmm. Is flour a thing, or is that just for cooking?
Flour could be a thing.
Okay. I don't know, cause like I've made soups before, and sometimes, but always without a recipe. It's just me bullshitting and seeing if I could do it, just half-assing my way through what I think might be a decent recipe. It's come out decently before, but I've never made a stew.
It's been a long time since I've made a stew, and I tell you, I miss it. I want
Hmm.
to make a stew pretty soon, but it's just a matter of getting everything cleaned up to the point where I can actually do some cooking and not worry about what I'm eating.
Hmm. I make some pretty decent chicken soup. It's very mild, but it's good.
Okay, then, yeah.
You know. Like, I mean, I totally do it the wrong way, and I know I do. I usually just throw some white meat into water and let it simmer for a while, and then throw vegetables at it, some spices.
Well, the first thing I'm thinking is that it would be better to throw dark meat at it.
I don't like dark meat.
Oh, okay.
I,
Probably
I
for
dark meat is so gamey and gross.
I
okay.
find I find it tends to work good with soups.
Sorry, say that again.
I find it works good with soups. It tends not be as gamey after sitting in the water.
Oh, maybe I don't know, but I prefer white meat just in general. So, um, but anyway, yeah, I mean, just like let it simmer for a while, put some spices in, maybe a little salt. The broth is very mild, but it's not bad. Never really
Okay
tried a
then.
beef soup though.
Say again, huh?
Never really tried a beef soup though. Only ever
That's
tried chicken.
that's all I used to get was beef soup. That's all the family ever knew.
Hmm.
Um, to tell you the truth, I prefer the chicken soup.
Wow. I don't know. I mean, Well, like I say, I'm faking all of these recipes anyway. So I'm sure if I looked up a recipe site and looked and went, oh, well, there's something I should have been doing all along. I'm sure that'll happen, but what I've made is something I've enjoyed ish. So whatever.
Okay. Yeah, no,
Enjoyed ish is a weird way to put it, but
yeah, I mean, this was the whole thing. Thanksgiving dinner, for example, was it always started with beef soup. The vegetables were thrown in there whole. So, you'd find a whole onion floating in your beef soup.
Hmm.
Um, and let's see, what else did they do?
I'm assuming this was in some gigantic cauldron-sized pot.
Yes, it was, because you were usually feeding about 16.
Jeepers.
Um, Let me think of how they did it. If you seated the actual family around the table, you would end up with 13, and you just couldn't do that.
So you invited the neighbors?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. What would happen if, like, for whatever reason, you couldn't get another person? Would you kick one of the kids out to make it 12?
You'd eat one of them.
Okay.
I mean, Eastern Europeans, oh my God, they were so superstitious.
How much salt was thrown over shoulders?
Uh, the floor would be crunchy.
Uh, it's weird. Like it's not even a superstition. It's just something I do because I think it's funny. Whenever I get on a plane, as I'm going down the jetway and I get close to the plane, I'll lick my finger and swipe it down the side of the plane for good luck. It doesn't mean anything, and it's just as silly. It's more a tradition than a superstition.
I'd never heard of that one.
Well, it's because I do it. It's something I do. I've never.
Oh, you
It's,
invented it. Okay,
yeah,
okay, okay.
yeah. It's just something I do. It's not. There's no like belief built into it. It's just sort of a ritual.
Yeah, Harmonica Man makes a creamy mushroom and wild rice soup with cornstarch.
Mm.
Okay.
All right. So let me.
I don't know. It's funny. Like as much as I enjoy things like stews and stuff, right now the idea of starch just sounds icky. Like I've been really craving sort of crispy and watery foods like celery and watermelon and stuff. I don't know what it is. I don't want a lot of carbohydrates lately, and it's not a matter of like, oh, I'm on a low carb diet. No, like in terms of what I'm craving. I just haven't been wanting anything too starchy.
Hmm.
Oh, wait a minute. The carrots. I
Like
didn't put
like
carrots
pasta
in.
in my stir fry felt like too much.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Oh,
Although actually, I'm weirdly craving gyoza right now.
That is a weird craving to have if you're not into starch right now.
Yeah, but I mean, it's different. I mean, it's hard to explain. It's like the difference between a dumpling and a saltine, you know?
Hmm.
okay.
Like a saltine is so dry and powdery and whereas you get like a dumpling and the outside of it is nice and soft and it's inoffensive. It doesn't give you that sort of like feeling, It's
We're
very different.
we're definitely thinking about different things when you say dumpling.
Well, I just started talking about gyoza and I was picturing the steamed sort rather than the fried sort, although the fried sort are actually better.
I keep thinking of Hidoro.
What of the what now?
It's a anime, and one of the main characters is likes to eat gyoza.
Mm, I'm a big old fan. I really don't understand why people call them pot stickers. That just seems like such a stupid thing to call them.
I don't get it.
I don't get it
Uh,
either, but oh
I
well.
mean, granted, if you try to cook them, they do have a tendency to stick to the bottom of the pan, but still, pot stickers. It just seems like such a weird thing.
Hmm.
But then again, I mean, like, aren't there some weird things like that where, like somehow hot dog, despite not being made a dog, had gotten its name somehow, or so there was something like that where it was, you know, I don't
Well,
know.
I don't understand where they got their name, no matter how you look at it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was something like that. I mean, maybe it was something else. I don't know, like Wiener. It wasn't about it being from Vienna though. It was something. Or oh no, I know what I'm thinking of. Hamburger not being made a ham because
I
it's not about ham, is it?
No, I think
You
I
know,
cannot remember whether or not it has something to do with Hamburg.
it does.
Okay.
But I mean that's the thing is like to an American ear, hamburger sounds like it ought to contain pork.
Oink.
It's a ham burger. Now, I don't know what the frick a burger is to people. I mean, obviously, that would be a ham patty. But we associate patties with burgers and burgers with patties. So I guess I see the connection. But even so, to me, a hamburger would be a pork patty on a bun instead of a beef patty because it's,
Yeah.
ham.
Well, okay, I'm thinking here, and that's dangerous.
Hmm.
That the whole burger thing, calling one of those patties a burger,
Uh
might
huh.
be some sort of back formation from hamburger.
Yeah, maybe a topic change since we're making Monica Man queasy.
Are
Mm,
we?
Yeah,
Why?
apparently having some kind of issue with eating right now. But
Oh.
for topic change, I need to get some yarn because
Oh.
Sloth Girl sent me some box of knitting needles, and I'm going to learn how to knit.
Oh.
Hey, that sounds like fun.
I guess. I don't know.
I don't know if I would be any good at it because it depends a whole lot on maintaining tension and everything.
Well, I've never really understood how someone who's knitting can know when to stop. Like suppose you're not knitting a blanket, suppose you're knitting a sweater. Well, where how do you know when you've finished the sleeve?
I'm guessing it has to do with just counting the number of
Yeah,
knits.
that's what I was going to say.
I guess it just seems like I don't know, like it'd be so easy to fuck it up by miscounting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I suppose.
yeah.
I would not want to. This does not sound like a good hobby to me. I'll stick to animation. At least there's a save and undo.
Oh, I wanted something to kind of work my fingers, to help with the arthritis.
Yeah, that's what the trackball is for. I'm
Okay,
just saying.
okay.
Columbia is giving me a look.
I've
What
got
is
to
it
see
giving?
what's going on here.
Um,
Um,
Sander noticed Columbia's getting attention, so he comes over to whore for it himself, but he's being coy and trying to pretend that he's not actually.
I
Sander,
didn't
stop it.
I didn't come over here to get attention while you butt my head against your hand there.
Yeah.
okay.
I bet that mango juice was moist.
Shatayo corazón
That
enamorado.
I don't know. Sorry, I'm in an evil mood at the moment.
Now I can understand about not eating producing stomach upset. I mean that was me this morning.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know if it's stomach upset or what exactly it is, but This morning was all about dry heaves. Yeah,
Oh, fun.
Mm.
yeah.
Well, better that than wet heaves, I would imagine.
Well, it's
So
not quite as messy.
I
This
think
is what I'm saying. It requires less wiping.
Yeah.
I'm thinking what I'm gonna try to make first is a trivet.
What? What?
It's a little thing that you put under a pot to keep it from destroying the table.
Oh, a trivet. Okay. No, that was the problem I've been having with the speaker on this thing.
Oh,
I wasn't quite getting what was coming over the wire.
yeah. I think I might try making one of those first, since it's small. I can get the basics down.
Yeah, yeah. Didn't require as much counting and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I just wish I could get the wheels rolling again and I'm
Yeah.
broken, okay? I am totally broken.
Oh. Sorry, I zoned for a second there.
And it's not quite self-pity, my love. I'm broken. I am definitely not functioning correctly.
Yeah. Well, neither am I.
Mm. And then is there this cat?
I don't know. It's always struck me as weird when people say, like, oh, you're feeling bad. Well, here's someone who's got it much worse. So maybe that'll make you feel better, you know? And
Oh
it's like,
God, I hate that.
why would that make me feel better? I mean, either I'm a terrible person because I'm reveling in someone else's pain and that made me feel better, or like I'm weirdly suggestible that for whatever reason hearing about so I don't know. I mean, there's no way to be a good person and feel better by hearing about someone else's worst pain.
Yeah, well, the one I hear, the version of that I hear, the meaning of it is you you shouldn't. Okay, it's not that you're going to feel better by hearing about somebody who's got it worse. Rather, it's you should not be feeling bad because there's this worst case.
Well, usually when I hear that, it's like there are kids starving in China.
Yeah.
No, I never got that from my parents, but I heard the cliche a lot.
Oh,
Oh man, I used to get that when I was young.
yeah.
The other, say again.
I got that with the. Oh, there's starving kids in Ethiopia. Like, okay, send it to them because I'm not eating it.
Right?
Yeah, I mean the one I used to get was the kids who were picky eaters used to
Hmm.
get these starving kids in China. You know, it was directly related to food.
Well, I mean, like, what did they think that was going to do? Saying that to a kid. How did they think that was going to be any kind of convincing argument?
I guess because it was a parental argument and all parental arguments are convincing.
Well, okay, if they thought that, they were wrong, obviously.
Obviously.
But what if that's not what they were thinking? Like, what if there was an actual method to their madness? Like, what if they honestly believed, well, if I say there's starving kids in China, my kid will take that this way and therefore will reason that they should be eating the food in front of them?
Well, I think that this stuff was coming out of their sound holes as a matter. It was repetition, basically.
Yeah, but that doesn't really answer my question at all.
Okay.
I mean, if they say it, I mean, maybe adults don't give kids enough credit, but I remember as a kid, whenever someone would say something like, because I said so, that's why you'll do it, I was not prepared to accept that. I wanted the real reasons.
Right, right.
And so if someone says that there's kids starving in Africa, therefore you should eat your food because fill in the blank. Well, I mean, I can't connect the dots, is what I'm saying, from kids starving in Africa to me eating cauliflower.
Yeah, yeah.
I cannot draw a straight line from one to the other. Help me fill in that blank, somebody. Like, what were the parents thinking if they said that?
Even when I was a kid, the whole thing that I did get is, you say you can't see how to connect the dots, and the impression I got was they couldn't connect the dots because there were no dots to connect.
So what you're saying is it's a thought terminating cliche.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think they knew it. Absolutely.
Yeah. And that it does seem like parents get the most irritated when you call them on their thought terminating cliches. When those things stop working, your parents get extra pissy.
Absolutely. Yep.
Parents are very ends justify the means at times. Honestly, like, I do believe that most people forget what it's like when they were children when they become parents. I've rarely seen a parent who is aware enough, remembers their school years enough to not do horrible things to their kids.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wish I could forget my school years.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean. I mean, it seems like, I don't know. I mean, when I hear people who were kids when I was a kid saying to their kids the things that pissed us off when we were kids, I find myself asking, how did you turn into that? How did that become you?
Because I told you so.
I don't. Yeah, this is the thing. I don't know how that works. Is it that becoming a parent produces some sort of mental illness? Do you want to call it that? Where some part of the brain quits working?
Well, I'm sure some of it is just divided attention, work and kids, work and kids. But then again, I'm sure that because I said so was happening back when most women were housewives.
Yeah.
So that doesn't really explain it either. I don't know.
That would be a topic worthy of intense study.
Uh-huh.
I remember I had one teacher try and explain those. They use it because they don't have time to explain in the situation and at the moment.
I'm sure that's true, but at the same time, they never bother.
Yeah.
Like later.
Or
They
you
don't
just
even say, I'll explain later. It always seems like they're keeping secrets.
yeah.
It always seems like they have some hidden, shadowy reason for doing it, and they're just not telling us because we're not worthy of inclusion, and we're just subordinates, or to be do what we have to do what we're told. It's so bullshitty. Is that, like, have some respect for your kids.
yeah. And they could just say, well, I can't explain right now. Well, we just need you to do this. I'll
As long
explain
as they
later.
follow through.
Yeah, as long as they follow through.
Yeah. Oh, by the way,
Yes,
this has been bugging me for a while, like a year or two ago or something. I was talking about, red shift and blue shift and all of that, and I don't know if it was in, like if Quinn Redshift was the context, but we were talking about the phenomenon. And I said that it was basically the Doppler effect with light. And I got a lot of pushback on that one. But I looked it up and I'm right.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically it is.
Well, then that's weird. Why did I get pushback? I remember you in particular, Diana, going, I don't know.
Okay, I must have been in a weird state of mind.
Maybe. I don't know. But I was like, yeah, it's redshift and blue shift. That's Doppler, just with light instead of sound, right, guys? I don't know. It was weird.
Now, there is another effect that can be involved, but no, Doppler is definitely one of them.
Yeah.
Um, there
I
is
mean,
also,
it's waves compressing or expanding based on how fast you're going.
and there's part of it that is involved with the space expanding and contracting as well.
Hmm. And time.
Yeah.
But like the whole idea of time dilation did not make a lick of sense to me until I started really thinking about it in terms of the Doppler effect. And then it started making like complete sense. I mean, it's
Okay,
still
then.
weird that it can happen, but it makes complete sense.
Yeah, you can draw the diagrams and everything.
Yeah. I mean, but when you just hear out of nowhere, oh yeah, the faster you go, time slows down and blah 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 blah. It's like, why the fuck would it do that? They never really draw that line. They never connect those dots for you. They just say that's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if sci-fi is like, because a lot of times in sci-fi they'll explain the whole scientific thingy because they assume the audience is a bunch of dumbasses, but for some reason time dilation, they just assume everyone understands. Oh yeah, it's like Doppler time effect thing. Although I've
Okay.
never really heard like, okay, if time speeds up the faster you go, how do you make time slow down by going slower?
Yeah. Well, the other one I want to learn, because I don't think I ever really got it to the point where I understood how gravity slows down time.
Hmm. Well, it makes sense. I mean, again, gravity will compress space. Space and time are connected.
Yeah. Okay.
It makes perfect sense. I mean, granted, it makes a gut level perfect sense. I'm sure there's like an astrophysicist out there going, oh my God, Kate, what the fuck? But, I mean, I think I've got the Cliff's Notes version down.
The abridged version there.
Yeah.
Oh my. So yeah, we've got Randy here with be grateful for others have it shitty. Yeah. Okay.
Hmm. I guess that's an interpretation, but I look at the strip with Calvin and his mother, and she's like, "Life could be worse, Calvin." And he's like, "Your life could be better too."
Yeah. Okay.
That's the way I look at it. I'm like, sure, life could be worse, but why should I accept this piece of shit? Or why should I vote for the lesser evil? All of that. It's like, why should I decide that where I am right now is where I should be comfortable?
Oh, it's not that you just have to vote for the lesser evil. You have to praise it for.
Well, whatever, but I mean the point is that why should where I am right now be taken as my standard of being comfortable?
Mm.
Why?
Yeah. Okay.
It's just the whole assumption bothers me.
Oh man, my knee is very warm right now.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a cat on it.
Well, I have a cat who's right now slurping on herself, and unfortunately my webcam cord doesn't make it easy to show. There she is. There's my Columbiar. She's good people.
Yeah, you're the lucky people with the two kitties. I mean, I'm not complaining. I mean, the one kitty that is on my knee right now is very very good.
Hmm.
I don't know if I could get by without her.
Yeah. Oh, hey. Hi, Xander. Hey, buddy. Hello, Columbia. Hey, baby. Yeah, both cats are back there. I didn't see Xander at first. He was on the couch.
Yeah, okay, Randy. Randy says in my family, because I said so, actually meant I'll be at you till your hair hurts.
Didn't really know
No,
what that means, but okay.
in my family, the way they had for that one um, was quit crying or I'll give you something to cry about.
Yeah, I've never really understood that one, except unless it means I'll make things so much worse.
Well, that's exactly what it meant.
Yeah.
And usually, what they had in mind was child abuse.
Uh,
They meant they were going to slap at you until you
yeah,
were crying.
yeah. Which is just weird. It's like, I want you to stop crying, and if you don't, I'll start you crying again, only harder.
Yeah.
The logic escapes me. And the thing is, I was the sort of bratty little kid to say that. Like,
Oh, that would get you slapped around, wouldn't it?
yeah. But I would have been the sort of kid who would have pointed out the error in logic and at least a little bit expected it to be effective.
Hmm.
That's just how my brain goes, how it works, if you can call it that.
Oh man, I got myself hurt so hard and so often by pointing out those abuses of logic. Oh, look.
Yeah. Oh,
Purple.
hey.
Hi,
Hello.
honey.
Seems like it's been
Hey,
a while.
I'm glad to see that you're on. I'm just getting myself moving here, but I meant to call you last night, but then it got late and I didn't know how late you were going to be up.
Oh, it's okay. I'm trying to remember what time I went to bed and I can't remember.
April.
Well, unless somebody specifically tells me, I don't call anyone after 10 p.m.
I think what was happening yesterday is it may be that I was going to call you but did not because no, it couldn't be because you were going to be in bed. You're. Oh, no. There was one point that I was going to call you early. When the sun was out, and I did not because I figured you'd be asleep. That's the way it worked.
If the sun was out, yeah, there's a good chance of it.
Yeah. No, there was one point where I really could have used it, but I basically said no. She's not going to be wanting anybody to disturb her sleep, so I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, well, I'm not getting up till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but to be fair, I didn't get into bed until 6:30 in the morning.
Uh-huh. Yeah, there you go. But lately, oh man, lately I've been in a really shitty place, and I've got to work on getting out of it, but not easy.
Yeah, well, that's yesterday. I thought you were supposed to check in with me, so then I felt I had neglected things when it got too late and I hadn't heard from you and I hadn't checked back.
Let me get some of this stuff put away here. I'm trying to get some things in order.
Mm.
Oh my, it's
What?
it
What?
okay at one okay at having been cooking for a half an hour. I was not thinking that the soup would be done, but it's looking done.
but does it taste done?
I'm gonna find out.
Well, that's usually why you have to simmer soup at a very low temperature for a long time to get all the herbs to blend in.
Oh my word!
Yeah, soup in a crock pot works pretty good.
Well, there's
Yep.
one I've often wondered is like you've got a crock pot and you can have crocks of honey and something can be a crock and then there's a crocodile. I mean, like all of these things, they're mostly spelled the same, and well, except for the croc, a dial. I'm just wondering, like, how is it that something being a crock, meaning it's, I guess they say crock as shit was the full version. So it was the vessel known as a crock, but full of dookie.
Well, except for the crocodile, a crock just refers to an earthenware pot. So
This
it
is
would
what
be,
I'm
anything
saying.
that was put into an earthen or ceramic pot.
Yeah, so if someone said, like, oh, that's a crock, that something's bullshit, probably what they mean is that's a crock of shit and they've abbreviated it. It's a crock
Yeah.
full
Well,
of.
that's mostly for people who don't want to say shit out loud.
Well, still, I mean, I've never really stopped and thought about the origin of that term. It's just one of those ones that I always heard used. It's kind of like, again, I keep bringing this up, but the first time I heard engineer used outside of the context of railroads, you
Yeah.
know.
Wait a minute, I gotta figure this out.
Actually, I still think of that context.
There
I
it
still think
is.
it would be a good cartoon for Godless Engineer to use.
Hmm.
Oh, I got to try the watermelon flavored peeps.
Oh, yeah, I've had some of those. They're kind of sour, aren't they? A little tart.
Well, a little. I like them actually.
Well, I didn't say they were bad. Actually, I think they made me feel a little sick. Like when you eat too many marshmallows at a go, you know?
Yeah, that's something that's not difficult for me to do.
Now, I did try the Peeps Pepsi. And yes, they should have named it Peepsy. I don't know if there was a licensing issue or what, but it tastes like Pepsi right up until the aftertaste, at which point it tastes kind of like marshmallow, but not really. Although, if you stir it up so that the carbonation goes away, you taste the marshmallow taste a lot more. But
Somehow the
yes, it
notion
tastes
of
like
carbonate
marshmallow
marshmallows.
Pepsi.
Yeah, the notion of carbonate marshmallows doesn't sound very appealing to me.
I mean, it's not as bad as people would have you believe, but it's nothing special.
Then again, I haven't drank Pepsi in about almost 10 years.
Hmm. Well, I prefer it to Coca-Cola.
Oh my, there's something different. I this needs something. Oh my, but I don't know what.
Roast suckling toddler.
Yeah, that might be what it needs.
So does I usually get either root beer, cream soda, or black cherry.
Hmm.
I mostly just drink ginger ale, but when I did drink cola, yeah, Pepsi was better to drink alone, but Coke was a better mixer because Coke is thicker and slightly sweeter.
Hmm. Fair
So
enough.
it stands up better if you're going to do something that's going to kind of water it down a bit.
Hmm.
The closest thing I usually get for
here.
the closest thing I usually get for a cola is a vanilla flavored Dr Pepper.
They were, and I think they still are making these Pepsis, these weird like draft Pepsis, where it's like nitrogen or something. So it's not exactly carbonated. It can get a head like beer does, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah, I've heard
actually
of those.
fairly good. The carbonation level of the actual beverage itself is pretty low. So
When I want something more flavorful, I just do spritzers. I just take some orange juice or pineapple juice and put some ginger ale in it for the carbonation.
Well, orange and ginger go pretty well together, at least on my tongue.
Oh yeah, I like them. It's also good for mixing with vodka.
If you like a ginger beer or ginger soda, I recommend the Cock and Bull brand. It's really
I've
good.
heard of that. I don't think I've ever seen it.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that brand around here. The Stewart's ginger beer is a really good brand, and I've only seen that sold really in liquor stores around here.
The Cock and Bull is better
So-
than Stewart's.
I don't actually know, like, what is the difference between ginger ale and ginger beer? I'm sure there must be more than just the name.
I looked this up once because I was actually looking to make some. One can be alcoholic or non-alcoholic,
Oh, okay.
but I've seen it used interchangeably though.
Well, these days it's used interchangeably. Originally, there was a difference, and I think the difference had to do with a ginger beer being a beverage that was aged, whereas a ginger ale was not aged or something like that.
Maybe.
I mean, I'll be honest, ginger alcohol sounds pretty good, but I'd rather have it as like a liquor than a beer.
Okay.
But like, Fireball whiskey, like do that with ginger instead of whatever they use, cinnamon, I guess.
Well, I don't think they
Mhm.
actually put any hops or anything into the ginger beer alcohol version.
No, but what I'm saying though is I would love a ginger liquor.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. It's not actually a beer.
No,
Mhm.
I know, but what I'm
Yep.
saying is that like ginger rum sounds really good.
Yeah, Fireball whiskey is cinnamon. That's the alcoholic part of my Fireball tea.
Ginger rum, I would try.
Yep. I make my my home brewed iced tea and put in a double shot of Fireball whiskey.
So you got me wondering if they actually sell. If they do, rum and ginger, your cocktail, ginger rum. Yep, they do sell that. I might have to try and find some.
Sounds good. I don't know though, like except for that one single tall I had at the Mercury last summer, I really haven't had any alcohol for years. I didn't enjoy it the last time I got drunk.
Mhm.
I usually drink the alcohol more for the taste of the alcohol rather than just trying to get drunk.
Well, if I was going to drink something for the taste, I guarantee it wouldn't be booze.
I like the. So currently, my favorite rum is the Kraken Black Label.
I like Captain Morgan and Sailor Jerry.
Mm. I had actually told one of the last women I lived with that that's when you know I've got a drinking problem if I say I actually like the taste of it rather than drinking it to get a buzz.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, I'll never understand why anyone would drink non-alcoholic beer. Because beer is disgusting. The only reason I can think to drink it is to get fucked up.
Here's some piss water.
I mean, why would someone drink a non-alcoholic beer? It's grody.
The answer is very easy. Prohibition.
I guess. I don't know, but they still do it today. I mean, I guess maybe if there's someone where like they were an alcoholic and beer was their booze of choice, and they need like a placebo or some shit, or
That can
just
still
Yeah.
that can still be a bad idea for an alcoholic because that can actually
Yeah.
trigger the
Yeah.
desire to want to drink more.
well, maybe.
I'm assuming it only appeals to those people who are used to like going home every night and having a couple of beers, and if they
This is
can't
what I'm
really have
saying.
beer,
Like most
Yeah.
of my family.
yeah,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
necessarily an alcoholic, but just somebody who's in a social situation where they can't get drunk, but they need to have the flavor of beer.
Well,
Yeah,
most of
well,
my
but see,
family
that's
were
the part I don't
alcoholics anyway.
get.
Yeah.
It's like I want the flavor of beer. Really? Okay, here, let me scrape off the bottom of my shoe into your glass. Jesus.
Oh, there are some beers I absolutely love. There are some I can't stand, but
Yes, but you like the taste of a car's tailpipe, for fuck's sake. You'll eat anything.
yeah, you got a point there.
I've only come across one beer that I can really tolerate.
Yeah.
I stress tolerate.
Well,
Yeah.
there's like two kinds of beers I can tolerate. Neither one of them are alcoholic, actually. You know, ginger and root. That's it.
Yeah, I don't like beer at all, and people kept telling me that I'd never had a good beer, but I tried the stuff that Aaron Robb brought to the party, and I didn't like that, so I think that dispels that idea.
Okay.
Yeah, I get told that all the time too. They know you just haven't had the right beer, and I'm like, I describe all of the things about beer I don't like, and the thing they say I will like has almost all of those traits.
You know, that's something that's been getting me really annoyed lately, that I've been trying to find a decent hard cider, because for some reason the two brands I know I like I can't find anywhere in the city. And it's just I've tried like, three different other brands, and it's like they all taste like beer. They don't taste like cider.
Hmm.
So if they taste like beer, I want nothing to do with them.
Right.
Could try the Stella Artoso cider.
Yeah, I haven't seen that brand.
I don't know. It's weird. Like, have you ever gone to a different part of the country and you go looking for something, you can't find it, and it turns out that in that part of the country, the exact same product is marketed under a different name?
Yep.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
it's not like that far away. I'm looking for brands I got in St. Paul, which is only like, about 70 miles away.
Yeah. I don't know. It's funny. Like, I was looking for that weird Soylent soy drink stuff. Um, I'm gonna need it in a while. It's a thing. Don't ask. But like I couldn't find it, including at the fucking health food store where you'd think you'd find a soy drink, and it turned out the only place in town that has it is Target.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Being a
Uh,
Soylent drink, does it vary from person to person?
I think they do have a Soylent Green as one of the flavors. I don't know. I have to look it up. I was only able to find chocolate and creamy chocolate, and as near as I could tell, the main difference was how bitter they were, like how dark the chocolate was. I guess I don't know.
Hmm.
Let's see, Soylent flavors. What do we got here? Da, 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 da. Okay, of course they don't make it easy to find. Um, ugh, shop all. No, I don't want to take a quiz. What the hell? All right, here we go. Let's see. So creamy chocolate, apparently a Neapolitan, so that would be chocolate, strawberry, and vanilla. Ew, mint chocolate, blah.
You know, like mint, huh?
Ugh, mint. Well, like the only thing mint-ish I like at all is wintergreen.
Hmm.
So let's see. They have 6 flavors, but what are the flavors? Like they're all obscured. Like I can only see the front couple. Well, that one's clearly banana. That's the minty, and I see the word cafe, so I assume it's coffee-ish. Let's see. What do we have here? Yeah, cafe mocha. There we go. And a cafe latte. All right. And chai. Okay. Sure.
Oh, I was just telling him that first thing I
Vanilla.
think I'm gonna try and knit is a trivet.
That seems a weird thing to knit.
No, that seems like a good
Well, I
first
could see
thing.
it with. Yeah, I could see it with if you're crocheting with a small enough needle.
I don't know. Maybe it's just because the one time that I was involved in the making of a trivet, it was like iron.
Okay.
I'm just saying is like
Yeah.
the first thing that comes to mind when I think of a trivet is not something made out of anything flammable.
Well, I
Well,
would usually recommend against it, but some people get by with some success.
I guess.
actually, a function for smaller trivets is drink coasters, which is what I've got right here. Soft
Okay,
Girl
yeah,
made
yeah,
me
yeah,
a set of purple and orange ones that are just a little bit larger than my tea mug.
Oh, I just had a horrible, horrible, horrible thought. Okay, so a
what makes
convention
that
for
different than
coffee
any other kind?
drinkers, with panels about caffeine content and mocha and this, that, and the other thing. And it's all capped off by the key mug speaker. No?
The key mug speaker.
As opposed to the keynote speaker.
Hmm.
Maybe it made
My
sense
brain
in my
isn't
head.
working. I'm not getting the connection.
I don't know. Never mind. It made sense in my head at one point. Now I can't remember why I thought it was amusing.
Oh, Purple. What brands of cider are you looking for?
Hornsby and Woodpecker are the two that I remember liking.
Hornsby and Woodpecker.
Yeah.
Woodpecker sounds familiar too. That's one of the ciders, is it?
Yeah, it's a hard cider I used to get.
Yeah.
Cider. Okay.
Yeah, you're going to tell me I can order it online, and I don't know, somehow the idea of ordering alcohol online and
That
Nope,
does seem
that wasn't what
weird.
I was. That wasn't
Well,
what I
that
was
gets
going
a
to
little
suggest.
dicey.
I mean, I have to wonder, how
that
do you
seems
successfully
weird.
age gate that?
Well, that seems weird from the woman who kept having pot dropped off at her house.
Okay, but that was local. Like as in I was not getting pot across state lines. If you order
Yeah.
booze, it better be coming from the same state. Otherwise, it seems weird.
That's the part I had wondered about, is that all the restrictions about transporting alcohol across state lines.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying, is like, if you order booze off of, say, Amazon, I
Yeah.
mean, how do they know it's not little Tommy or Jenny with mommy and daddy's credit card and their password?
Yeah, that's the thing, that they're assuming that the credit card verifies your age. But as you say, there have been enough instances of, even kids as young as 4 or 5 years old ordering things online with their parents' credit card number.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering how they get around the whole, like, not seeing someone's ID in person thing.
I don't see how you can.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's just the idea that if you have a credit card, you have to be, of legal age. But see, even that doesn't work.
Right.
Because even a credit card in your own name only means you have to be 18, but the drinking age is 21.
Well, and also, I mean, I can click yes on the website when it asks me if I'm 21, no matter how old I am.
Right. Right.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to have access to something with a credit card.
No, but
Yeah,
I'm
then
just saying.
the idea is then you're committing fraud using somebody else's card.
Yeah, I mean, I guess though, like if it's a child, a minor who's committing fraud, I mean, can you really? I mean, can you even put a kid in juvie for that?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think the most you can do is they can be grounded.
Okay.
Trying to think, I know there were kids in my school who got sent to juvie from time to time, but I don't remember specific instances. I do remember which kids it was, and believe me, they deserved it, but still.
Well, the whole juvie thing used to be a lot different than it is now.
Well, I mean, I don't know what it's like now. I can only remember what I was told it was like when I was a kid, but...
Because I remember how a lot of kids would get juvenized, if you will, when I was younger. Yeah, some of those kids used to consider it a rite of passage.
Now,
I
is
can see that
juvie the same thing as reform school?
No, reform school was more for the ones who weren't quite as far gone. reform school was more for the ones who were like mischievous rather than outright breaking the law.
Oh,
Undisciplined. That's the word I was looking for.
gotcha. Yeah, I mean,
And
a
the,
lot
the
of
other
these
thing on
things,
that level was also the ones who were sent off to military training.
right. I remember hearing a lot about military school, but I mean, I hear all of this through like, TV shows and bits of Americana from long before I was born. I mean, we're talking like World War II type shit, So I mean, I only know these through cliche.
Actually, that happened to my middle brother. Was he so detested high school and he wanted to get out, but state law wouldn't let him drop out. So the only thing he could do was, with my dad's agreement, that he joined the Navy at 16.
Okay. Did he end up liking that better?
Actually, he says it was a very good experience for him, yeah.
Okay, good.
It's funny to me how many times I hear about people who are like, yeah, I needed the discipline.
Yeah.
I'm like, I would chafe under all of that.
I would too. And for me, a big part of it, I know, connects to the autism.
Yeah.
That my biggest problem was not that I was undisciplined, but so often I didn't really understand the instructions. So I thought I was doing what they told me to do and they were still upset with me.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I would have a hard time controlling my sense of humor, that's for sure. And I was actually really glad to see this one scene in Starship Troopers where they're doing the whole, like, you worthless maggots thing on the first day of basic training. And one guy is trying so hard to not crack up. And I know that would have been me. And if, like, whatever, the drill sergeant had been, why are you laughing, soldier? I'd be like, I've seen too many movies, sir. Because that's the only thing I could think to say is like the whole thing would be, I've seen this scene play out on the screen and now it's happening in real life and it's getting to me because that's kind of funny. I didn't know this was real. Har, har, har. There's nothing I could do about it. My sense of humor would get me in trouble.
My response would be, if I'm worthless, why don't you send me home? Obviously, you can't use me here.
Yeah. I don't know. I do wonder, like, what would happen if one of the recruits, notices something, let's say something medical about the drill sergeant and mentions it, and then the drill sergeant gets really pissy about it, because you're talking out of turn or whatever, and then there's like, sir, if you don't take my advice, you're going to permanently damage yourself, sir, or something like that. Or it's like sincere, heartfelt, this is a real problem, and the sergeant has to be torn between discipline and gratitude.
Okay.
I do wonder about that sort of thing. Like, is that even a thing?
If it happened, I guess it would depend on the personality of the sergeant, how they judged it. And considering the people who usually get promoted in the military, I would think it would probably go in the way of being classified as a disciplinary problem rather than actually being grateful.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, maybe, but I asked a friend of mine who's in the Navy now, like, what if you had something legit to say that kind of was not on the beaten path? Can you take your commanding officer or whatever aside, and say, like, permission to speak freely, sir? Because you see that on, like, TV and movies and shit all the time, usually on Star Trek, oddly enough. But, and he was telling me, like, it's not really like that. You could actually chat with your CO about the thing. You don't have to be all like, permission to speak freely, sir, about it. Yeah. And I was like, apparently the Navy at least is a lot more casual than I've been led to believe by the movies.
Okay.
I think that's true, that, it's not, the movies, of course, always are going to project an exaggerated version of everything.
Well, and that is like my main source of knowledge about the military is TV, movies, and games, be they video or tabletop. So, I mean, I was totally knocked for a loop when I found out that the ranks weren't nearly as cut and dried as they make it seem like in the movies. Like sure, there's the private corporal sergeant and all that, but then there's like all these subgrades and all these like oh, your pay grade is how you tell people what your rank is or some shit. Like I'm an E29 or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh man, this is so much more complicated than I was ever led to believe. I feel lied to by Hollywood.
Yeah, it's got to the point now where the only thing I understand is that when you're hearing people's pay grades, E is enlisted and O is officer, and that's where it ends.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm still irritated that, like, here I am, I'm left handed. And so on a ship, they call my direction port. The other side is starboard. It sounds, inspiring. It sounds pretty amazing. And here I am, port. It sounds like a bodily function, like I just expelled some gas, port. It's just no fun.
Okay.
I wish that left had something like starboard.
Well, I always think of it that on the left side of the ship you can get the wine.
Yeah.
Well, all I have to go on are the sounds of the names, and it just doesn't. It's not as impressive. Port versus starboard.
Okay.
Well, it's more important.
Mm.
It is, because it's where you load all the supplies.
Yes, but it
Otherwise,
doesn't
you can't get
sound as
anything on the ship.
cool. It doesn't sound as cool. That's the part I care about. It doesn't have the word star in it, for crying out loud. I mean, hell, nobody sneezes at a starport. That's pretty awesome. But starboard versus port? I mean, come on. Which one are you going to pick? Which one sounds cool? Which one is wearing the sunglasses and the leather jacket? I ask you, is it starboard or port? Port is what you name the chubby guy who almost didn't get into the frat in that 80s movie,
I can actually see that as calling him port because he's a portly fellow.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. It's just, it's one of those things. The sound of the word, it's not inspiring. I'm just saying. Maybe this is a Kate problem. I don't know.
This soup just isn't working, and I don't know what it needs.
Motivation.
I guess.
Okay. The basics, you start with salt and black pepper.
I don't have the salt, so.
Okay, well.
Usually never use salt.
Well, for soup, usually a good fix-all is going to some Italian seasoning blend.
Paprika.
Although offhand, I don't even know what kind of soup you're talking about. I don't know what else you put in there, or what kind of meat or anything you've got.
Primordial.
Well, I was trying a lentil soup, and I've got the lentils in there. I've got the carrots in there. I've got some cubed beef in here. That's about it right now.
Oh, well, okay. Obviously, you need some garlic and onion.
Yes.
The onion's in there, and I did forget the garlic.
There is a problem.
Well, there's your problem, yeah. Yeah, put a spoonful of minced garlic in there and then try it after an hour.
A spoonful of minced garlic, but not a spoonful of sugar.
No, Julie, Andrew.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I can only assume that back in those days, medicine was just plain nasty. Like, it wasn't NyQuil, but you needed the sugar to cut the taste of the nastiness, where you don't need sugar now because NyQuil tastes like cherry.
Yeah, well, that was even true of the stuff I was getting as a kid back in the 70s. I mean, the NyQuil would have tasted good by comparison to most of the cough syrups then.
Yeah.
But I mean, the point was, though, that the spoonful of sugar became unnecessary at some point.
Yep.
Because they flavored the medicine.
Yeah. In the late 70s and early 80s, they started having fruit flavors for the medicine.
Well, I was also released in the mid 70s, I guess. I don't know. Is 16 days before 1976 the late 70s?
Well, 76 would be the mid 70s.
Well, and this was still 75. It was just 16 days of 75.
Right.
So, all
Yeah,
right,
well,
fine. I was born in the mid 70s, but I guess I was too young to be forming memories of bad tasting medicine. So,
yep.
oh, Columbia. Oh, you're right. It is almost 5. Columbia is
Actually,
looking for food, and yeah.
Oh, wow. I am actually amazed at how quickly the clock time is going by.
Well, and given how much weed I've done, I'm shocked I don't have the munchies hardcore.
actually, a cool thing I've seen now that a lot of pharmacies have like little flavor dispensers that you
Hmm.
can choose the flavor for your medicine. That they often have like 3 or 4 different flavors that they can add to children's medicine.
I haven't seen that, but that's interesting. Along similar lines, what they should totally do is have a similar kind of machine where you can do your own custom Chex Mix. Because there's always something in the Chex Mix you either don't want or there's not enough of it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's like, sure, I'll trade out, all of those pretzels and all the little bready things, but give me more of the Melba toast and the bagel chips and the Chex flavor thingies, the flavored Chex bits. That's all I want. Leave out the pretzels and the bready shit.
Okay.
I could have seen that, except that after COVID, no place does bulk foods anymore.
Well, fair enough. Yeah. I mean, I miss the old pizza places where you can go in and they would take a like plain slice of cheese and then put all the toppings on it that you ask for, like at the little topping bar. And then they stick it in the oven for you and you come back when it's ready and you have a custom slice of pizza. I haven't seen that in like a long time, but it's definitely gone dead and buried since COVID.
Yeah, there's a lot I'm pissed off at Coven for, and that's
I've never seen a pizza place like that, but yeah, the
Well,
death of buffets is the biggest thing I miss on Well, death of buffets is the second biggest thing I miss on COVID. The thing I miss most is the grocery stores being open 24 hours so I could go shopping at 3 a.m.
okay.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I mean, I forget what I was going to say. It was something about one of the things that did or
Yeah.
didn't go away with COVID. But yeah, it just, I don't know. I don't know.
Shopping was just so much more pleasant when the only other person in the store was the guy stocking the shelves.
Yeah.
I used to go into the store and it was like at the end of a clubbing night, and I'd go in and get something to microwave or whatever because, it was either that or go to the IHOP, right?
Yeah.
So,
Oh well, Purple. Those two new links are you can maybe try contacting them, see if they either have what you're looking for, or maybe if they don't, they might be able to order it for you.
oh, are we talking the ciders now?
Yeah,
Uh,
those are two places that you might be able to contact to be able to get the ciders. If they don't have it, they might be able to order it for you.
So we've only got like a couple of minutes till it's 5 p.m. here, and that is feeding time for the kitties. So I'm going to go when it's feeding time for the kitties. So about 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
getting
okay.
pretty close to feeding time for the chickens as well.
Okay, the kitties don't realize that their feeding time isn't for another 2 hours because you've moved them to the wrong time zone.
Well, whether they do or not, well, I mean, they know when their feeding time is now, and they're both looking at me wanting it to be earlier.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's always the case when you have cats involved.
Yeah, I mean, they're both giving me these reproachful looks like, feed us now, you ungrateful bitch. And I'm like, dude, I don't know what it is. Columbia can meow just fine. But these days, when she meows at me, it's like she's got laryngitis. But like she just does this sort of like squeaky exhalation. And I know she hasn't lost her voice. It's just become her meow now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, before I forget, thank you, Mage, for reminding me. Thank you, Purple, for those links you sent me.
What were they like? Sausages?
Meals type wheels thing.
Oh, good.
Balls?
Oh,
I don't
Good.
know.
You
What kind
found
of
something
links?
that's going to help you out there.
One of them is
Oh.
right by the apartment.
Maybe it was a cat. One of the links.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll just be over here. I'll see myself out.
okay.
But,
Yeah, Mage. One of those links you sent me. They have a store in the adjacent suburb, and I've been in there already.
yeah.
So I'll have to check this other one. This Nick's Discount Liquors.
Well, like I said, if they don't have it, maybe they could order it. I don't see why that would be a problem.
Well, I asked one of the liquor stores here like 2 weeks ago, so I'm going to see if the guy can get it in for me.
Mm.
The guy at the
Oh.
register made a note for it, but he wasn't the guy who does the order, so I don't know if it went anywhere.
Yeah. Well, you can always go back and check. So.
Still always appreciate you looking the stuff up.
Yeah, I was hoping to find one that would have a search feature on this site, so I could search if they actually had it in, but none of these seem to have that.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for when you posted the links, and that's why I was going to them thinking I'd see something like that I could search for a brand.
I'm kind of surprised because I know the Total Wines around here. I can do a search on the site.
Moo.
It's too early for me to be yawning, but I don't actually feel tired. I just feel like yawning. Is that weird?
Yeah.
Okay. I can accept that judgment.
But something I could really, really use is
Maybe it was a British yawn because it's like 11 o'clock at night over there.
Maybe
Okay.
that's it. Except that yawn wasn't spelled with a U that shouldn't be there. So. No, huh? All right.
I got a chuckle out of that. I just had my mic muted.
Okay.
Let's see what some of this.
Purple. Have you ever seen a sitcom called The Middle?
I've heard of it. I never saw it.
That's a shame. I wanted your opinion on Brick.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the characters.
All right. Well, if you get a chance, let me know if you've watched it. I want to ask what you think of Brick.
I'd have to see if it's on any of the
then-
streaming services we have.
I forget. I think it's on Hulu, but it might be HBO Max. No. It's on Amazon Prime. That's what it's on. Yes, because I remember every episode I had to press to get it started. It couldn't autoplay.
Okay, Sloth Girl's got Prime.
Yeah. Like they never say it on the show, but I'm fairly certain Brick is supposed to have Tourette's syndrome.
Okay, that would be interesting to see how they portray it. Although
Yeah.
I'm immediately kind of guarded about it because usually how they portray it on TV and the movies is kind of fucked up.
Well, I mean, okay, it's probably inaccurate the way they portray it, but at the same time, I think it's not quite as disrespectful as it usually is. Like the tick that you see, at least at first, is sometimes for whatever reason he looks down and whispers either the very last thing he said or part of it.
Okay, yeah.
That's like it. And people think he's quirky, but they never say it's Tourette's syndrome. But the more I watched, the more I was like, I think, because most people, when they think of Tourette's syndrome, they think of swearing. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
But since I've learned more about it, it looks like that sort of tick? Like if it's not Tourette's, it's something damn similar.
Yeah, well, that's I spent most of my teenage years learning how to suppress all the tics.
Yeah. Well, and it's not the same as Tourette's, but there are some, I guess, I don't know if they're ADHD or autistic tics, but there are some things I've been trying to train myself to not fucking do because I know how annoying they are when other people do them. And it's really difficult sometimes because man, the urge takes me to say certain things I know I shouldn't say. And I have to remind myself, if you do that, you're going to piss people off. You will. So, but like a lot of it is when there's an uncomfortable, protracted silence, some part of my brain says, okay, quick, say you like cheese. It's just
Oh,
like,
okay.
really, yeah, it's like really difficult to not say this thing that's meant to just break the silence and get other people interacting again. But the thing has nowhere to go. There's no line from just blurting out I like cheese to people starting to interact, but it's all I got, So it's like I've been trying to learn how to suppress that because it doesn't help anything, but
Yeah,
the
I've
urge
noticed
is
you doing
always
that.
there.
I've noticed you doing that a few times, yes.
Yeah, and I've tried so hard to control it because I know it's really annoying when people repeat the same thing over and over, expecting something out of it, like, oh, and then there's this cat. I'm just saying.
You're not talking about anybody I know, are you?
No, nobody at all. But
Well,
tell me you don't say that to break an uncomfortable silence. Tell me you don't.
I hadn't thought of it in that regard. I just thought of
Unfortunately-
those more as
unfortunately,
catchphrases.
Most of the time I say that is because I'm uncomfortable with the silence and I can't think of any other way to break it.
See, it's exactly the same. The only difference is the words.
Yeah.
If you were saying I like cheese, it'd be exactly the same. And I have to admit, since starting to do this show, I've started to realize I should knock it off.
Well,
Just
no,
saying.
I always just take it as, well, the conversation stalled. Anybody got a new topic?
Yeah, but the people in this particular conversation are people who would understand that sort of thing. I'm more thinking about interacting with normies.
Why would you want to do that?
Because sometimes you're forced to.
I don't know. If I'm forced to do it too often, I move 300 miles away from them.
Yeah, well, point being is that, I prefer to keep the, I don't know, the good pleasure of the people around me. So I've been trying to suppress some of that stuff. It just seems to be serving me better to not do it.
Oh, I just find people that are definitely not normal to hang out with. Like the beginning of this month, I actually found a local transgender support group.
Oh, cool.
And yeah, I mean, everybody in there's a lot younger than I am, but nobody in there that, even by just looking at them, nobody that you would ever think was normal. They're all kind of somewhere along the, goth punk, steampunk kind of styles.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, hell, there's so much overlap. I mean, you just described a busy night at the goth club, for fuck's sake.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it's a popular style, and not even necessarily just young people, even people in their 40s.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've been trying to explain to people, we covered this earlier, just how much culture has changed over the last few generations. And, I have a feeling it won't be much longer before just walking around in cosplay all day is the norm.
Maybe that's what honestly, Republicans are so panicky about the drag shows.
Yeah.
Oy.
I mean, I wonder which they would prefer. It's like, okay, it's okay if you knock off the drag shows if you're just going to be walking around in stormtrooper armor. Okay, we can take stormtrooper armor, just not the drag shows. Okay, like I wonder if they'd be willing to compromise in that fashion.
I have heard of somebody getting beat down wearing a stormtrooper outfit.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, But
But
anyway,
you're saying you wonder.
go sorta. So I'm just gonna leave it with this, with the whole, like uncomfortable silence thing. I saw a meme go by recently where it said, instead of any of the other things, you should just go line.
Okay.
Yep.
But anyway, I'll catch you evil geniuses later. Have fun.
Why'd
Yep.
you taking off?
What? No, I gotta feed the cats.
Okay.
All
You
right.
be good. You have fun.
Yeah. Well, I can do one of those. I can't do both.
I keep forgetting.
All right. Later, people.
Yeah.
Take care.
Well, Kate is saying she wonders if they would compromise, and I think the whole point is that they won't compromise about anything.
Okay.
MAGA people have far too much black and white thinking.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my. So often, I wonder how MAGA, the slimy bastards, would be were they still alive. Because they were, God, they were boiled in MAGA. So who have we got left here?
I see. Von Rick.
Sorry, gang. To be honest, I didn't really even look at the side chat since I came in because I actually was getting settled in to do other things today, but saw you were online. So,
Well, thank you for coming in. Really.
hey, Von Rick. Von Rick keeps sending me money, even though I never see him coming over to my chat.
Oh, Bonrick, why does Purple get all the love?
Maybe he forgot he subscribed to me on Patreon. He probably forgot last year.
There you go. God, this soup needs help. I got to figure out what to do with it.
I wish I had been watching the side chat now. Bonrick said he was sent to reform school for being gay.
That sucks arse.
Yeah, although it sounds like kind of an interesting story that we should have gotten.
I don't know, Vonrick, maybe when I manage to get back on air, we'll have to have an interview about that.
Okay, he says he thought he was still subscribed to you.
What, to me?
Yeah. He said, I swear I'm still subscribed to the Lavender Lady.
I'll have to go look. As soon as I remember.
I try to remember to check mine once a month just to make sure I'm crediting everyone in there.
I'm gonna have to look for the account. I'm gonna have to look for the account name and the password.
Yeah, I made that mistake once that somebody had been subscribing to me on Patreon and I forgot to credit them and they got rather put off.
Oh.
Because I was, listing everyone else's names and I hadn't mentioned them for a couple of streams.
Yeah, I gotta go look at that too. No, I've got to repair the one machine. I mean, both of my towers are out of commission at this point, but I gotta repair the general purpose tower and just start getting back onto things. Because I need to do some video editing, and I cannot, to save my life, edit videos on this laptop.
Oh, hell no. I can see that, that just editing videos on the older computer I had, the older desktop I had was getting to be a pain.
Yeah.
That was a big part of why well, not a big part, but it was one factor in why I didn't do any edited videos for so long, because it took the thing like an hour and a half to render a 7-minute video.
God, that quickly.
Well, you got to remember the format of my videos wasn't anything more than narrated slideshows. It's not like I had any animation in them.
Okay, yeah.
Seriously, this is what ends up taking down Ron DeSantis? Him eating pudding with his fingers?
What?
Oh, I hadn't seen that. What?
Apparently, there's this whole big thing about him having eating pudding with his fingers, where he just sticks his finger in the pudding and eats it.
It sounds par for the course. That they'll ignore outright felonies, but they get all cranked up about things that are completely pointless.
Wow. Oh my. I'm going to have to remember to not have too much of this soup. And usually when you're talking about food, there is no such thing as too much.
I'll probably have soup tonight for dinner.
Yeah, unless it somehow somehow violates your diet requirements, I don't see what's wrong with having too much soup.
Oh, the first thing would be too much fluid.
Yeah, I thought of that just as I said it, that you've got to control how much liquids you have.
From what I say, adhering to a renal diet is very easy. Do not eat, do not drink.
I would have a big problem with that, of actually having to watch, because that's the thing. I've said that, like, I'll forget to eat for up to 3 days at a time, but I constantly have a bottle of iced tea next to me. I've sometimes been known to go through the whole 3-liter pitcher of iced tea in less than a day.
Oh God. Oh my.
What you doing?
Upset tummy.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my.
Do try to mute before you throw up.
We'll try.
Well, do you maybe need to shut down here and go lay down for a bit?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet. If this keeps up, yes, but not yet.
Well, I only have about another 20 minutes in me, and then I have to go take care of the chickens.
Bork, bork.
Well, like I said, I was supposed to be doing other things before I even saw you were live, so I'm procrastinating about other stuff I'm supposed to get done today as it is.
Well, don't feel bad about procrastinating. I need the company.
Yeah, funny thing, I was just looking at an image here. Is never put off until tomorrow what you can straight up cancel.
Oh, God.
Well, see, growing up in a crowded house, I had a simple strategy that if I could put something off longer, if I could tolerate something longer than anyone else in the house, I didn't have to do it. This is not a real effective strategy when you live alone.
No.
Right. God, I used to love living alone. I used to love the solitude. Can't do it anymore. To the point where I have to remind myself that other people have lives. And I really should not take up all of their time. Because it would be so easy to do that now.
I get how that runs through. I kind of have that problem now that, like I said, I was forced into an early retirement, and I keep kind of forgetting that it's the middle of the week and other people have to be at their jobs.
Okay. Yeah.
The days of the week become somewhat pointless when you don't have to go to a job.
Right.
And with my main income now being online, that orders come in on Sundays as much as they do on Tuesdays, it doesn't make a difference.
Oh my. I'm still working on getting myself accustomed to order receipt time and everything else. I wasn't expecting the vacuum cleaner today. I thought it would come in Saturday lunchtime.
Oh, you got a new vacuum?
Yeah.
I'm still a bit surprised that we keep getting deliveries on Sundays. Somehow mentally, I'm still not geared for that happening.
That did surprise me when I first discovered that. Oh my. Oh my. Yeah, well, we were talking about tummy things and everything, and this morning I had a hell of a time. So I was doing the dry heaves and everything when I got out of bed, and not fun.
Yeah, the dry heaves are horrible.
But this lentil soup's definitely got problems.
As far as lack of flavor or something that's upsetting you?
Well, the flavor is not right. And I think it's not a matter of too little flavor or too much flavor. It's just a wrong flavor.
It's probably not something you should be eating then.
Yeah.
Well, I've got to eat it. I can't waste it.
If it's not good, then you shouldn't eat it.
Well, I think no, it's not a matter of it's not healthy or it will kill me. It just doesn't.
Yeah, the wrong blend of things.
Yeah. It's been so long since I've done any actual cooking that I've forgotten a lot.
Yeah, you're talking about lentil soup, and you're reminding me that I've got a ham bone in the freezer that I need to make pea soup again.
Oh my. I would definitely love to make some pea soup.
Yeah, while Sloth Girl's son was here, I did a ham in the slow cooker.
Ooh. But I'm frightened about going to the store to buy food because it's so expensive.
So we got Sky News trying to pull this. Is he trying to pull this thing? Like there's some mass detransitioning trend going on.
Ah, Jesus.
Mass detransitioning? So is it up to 0.001%?
See, headline reads: Hundreds of young trans people seek help to return to original sex. Charlie
okay,
Evans.
hundreds is still like 0.1% at best.
I tell you, there are more of us out there than I think there are.
Charlie Evans, apparently the person who detransitioned, says they've been contacted by hundreds of people seeking help. 30 people alone in her area of Newcastle.
Yeah. I've talked to, I think, 4 people who either have or are talking about detransitioning, and in every case, it's only because their family has made life unbearable for them.
Yeah.
That's the biggest reason why people tend to detransition.
One of them did it because their partner threatened to leave them. And personally, if your partner's giving you that kind of ultimatum, that sounds to me like an abusive relationship, and you need to get out of it.
And
Yep.
here's the convoluted thing where they actually act like we're giving gender reassignment surgeries to the kids. The Travis Stock in Portsmouth in NHS Trust offers gender identity services for children under 18 with some patients as young as 3 or 4 years old. Bum bum bum.
Wait a minute here.
They now have a record number of referrals up to 3,200% more patients than they did 10 years ago, with the increase of referrals up to 5,337%.
Okay, if they're talking about kids under 5 years old, I'm going to assume that any gender surgery they're doing on them are ones that were born ambiguous. So the parents decided not to do anything about it immediately, and it's being done at this point.
Yeah, they're not saying any surgeries here, but they're kind
Oh,
of
I thought you said
implying
something about gender surgery there.
they're kind of implying it here because they had it, have it framed right above. Here's your surgery off. Here you go. And
Yeah.
they're referring to.
Yeah, I need these TERFs to actually give some citation showing that anyone under 16 has gotten anything besides hormone blockers.
Yeah, the best you're getting at these ages is a social transition.
Mm-hmm.
And with what I see out there, the social transition isn't that great a number.
I was speaking to somebody who's voicing a concern about the hormone, the stuff that blocks the puberty blocker, is causing a side effect of reducing genitalia. But from what I was reading, in one way of counteracting that particular side effect, which it doesn't happen to everybody, he was to just stop the treatment for a while, or let the puberty go through to a certain point, and then restart the treatments.
Yeah, well, that's what
Okay,
puberty blockers are about.
Yeah,
The
but
puberty blockers are just to stall them, so they've got time to figure it out.
yeah, it was just a concern about the reduced genitalia size and
Mhm.
possible effects on fertility. And I was just reading up on that particular side effect, and it was saying, well, if we do see signs of that, the recommendation is to stop treatment, let them reach to a certain point within the puberty, and then restart the treatment.
Yeah, well, also, if they're saying reduced size, I'm sure they're referring to the male genitalia.
Yes.
And once they're off puberty blockers, that can be taken care of just by giving them more testosterone.
That I didn't know about. That's interesting. I'll
Well,
take note of that
if you
as well.
give them more testosterone while they're going through their puberty, it's going to tend to increase that.
Yeah, this is what really pisses me off about the parents and the puberty drugs and all this other shit, because they're perfectly happy to fill a kid with the hormones, because when it's what they want,
Mhm.
you've got the people giving their daughters estrogen because that will cut off the height spurt. It'll close the growth plates on the long bones.
I didn't know about it having
Yeah,
that effect.
I was reading about
Yeah.
that side effect. You actually know.
So it won't. They won't have daughters who are too tall.
So they're trying to kill the women's NBA.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm amazed that the parents I'm thinking of didn't do that to their daughter when I was in junior high school. One of the girls was over 6 foot, and it amazes me now, when I think that they didn't do anything to attempt to cause their height increase to stop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, both of the kids were tall.
Well, they might not have known about it then.
Interesting.
Yeah, possibly.
Interesting the response from the tweet. I just got that news article from the person responding says such a small insignificant amount when considering the millions the reactionary exactly like it is 9 million are going hungry. The 400,000 don't have homes, but let's start a movement to go re-groomer, or to say even a few who doesn't kid is for potential regret. Y'all are a bunch of dumbasses.
Okay.
This
Yeah,
person
that's
has
putting it bluntly.
this person has a tendency to be the wrong and right, but when they get it right, they get it right. I gotta give them credit. Oddly enough, this is actually somebody that Sirius has done a couple of videos on correcting.
I love Cirrus. He's just been such a fabulous supporter of the queer community in general.
Yeah, I do like that. Definitely. I'm trying to remember if he was the first. I know he was one of the first, but he's at the very least one of the first YouTubers I knew. I think I met him through Steve McRae, of all people.
I'm not sure how I first found him. But yeah, been following him for a long time. And of course, Sloth Girl made the real Cirrus doll.
Wait, the real Cirrus?
Yeah, Sloth Girl crocheted a Weeby doll and it made it look like Cirrus's character. It still appears from time to time in his streams.
I was thinking about doing some artwork for his channel of his character with a little tiny umbrella looking very disgruntled while it rains uwu coins on him.
Oh, he'll growl at that.
Oh my God. Well, when I'm done with this bowl of soup, I'm not going back for more. But I've got to eat it all because I can't waste it.
Yeah, I understand that situation.
I'm so frightened now by the price of groceries, and the feds have cut off the food stamps.
Like I said, all you have to do is win the lottery to go grocery shopping.
Pretty much.
Yep.
I've got to go on I gotta go online periodically, and I've got to beg for food money.
Yeah, these prices are so ridiculously. Something needs to be done about this.
I was hoping that more people would make more noise about the food stamps being cut back. Um, because it's hitting a lot of us badly.
Yeah.
Yeah, why do they need the plebs to eat?
One more time, honey.
Why do they need the plebs to eat?
Oh yeah, right.
Well, see, the Republicans feel that they need poor people to be absolutely desperate to take any kind of job, no matter how badly they're treated.
Yeah, okay. I would not bitch at all. Were there food riots?
Hmm. I'm not going to be too surprised if that happens.
I'm half surprised that hasn't been happening in the UK already.
Hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just I'm looking out the window and I am seeing. Oh, I don't know if I've got the number exactly right, but I'm seeing, say, 15th century London.
Yep. And they have lost the perspective that the reason that we have social welfare systems in the first place is because they discovered it was cheaper to have them than not to have them. Because desperate people are more likely to commit crimes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's better
Absolutely.
if the population isn't that desperate.
Oh, okay, Bonner. Thanks for noting.
Yes, they also found when the population gets desperate enough, if the rich get eaten.
Yep. Well, the tipping point is when people feel they have more to lose than or more to gain than they have to lose. If you keep them moderately comfortable, you're not going to have a rebellion.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just.
In fact, that was actually how one of my evil overlord character controls the masses. Keeps them in a fairly pleasant, serene environment. Lets them do pretty much however they want to live, within as long as they're not screwing each other over, and then they just treats them as cattle from there.
Mm-hmm.
Really, at this point in time, what's keeping me quiet is the knowledge that were I trying to start something, I know I would be alone.
Well, and that's what the Republicans are trying to do, why they're picking on transgenders. Because it's a small enough group that they think they can completely isolate them and that they won't get help from anyone else.
Yep.
Well, just remember, if you're gay, atheist, just the wrong color, skin, you're on that list.
Yep. Yeah, it's just a matter of how long it takes them to, get down to the point where a group you belong to comes up.
Oh my. So I don't know. I don't know what I want. I want things to get so much worse that there will be a significant number of people who would stand by me, or do I not want that because of how hard things might get?
Well, what we want is for enough people to wake up and realize that they're on the second or third position on the list, so they better help us now.
I don't know that people are able to see that far into the future to know that that's going to happen.
Well, I think it's working on other levels just because people are realizing how fucked up the Republican economic policies are. So I think things like, the high food prices, that's something that affects everyone.
Okay. Yep.
So people can see that most people vote based on their own wallet.
Yep.
So if they see the Republicans are making it harder for them to get by month to month, they're going to vote against them.
Anyway, I have to get going. So
Okay, why don't we shut down here so I can get to the stuff I'm supposed to be doing?
if you insist.
Yeah, well, like I said, I was supposed to be doing other things 2 hours ago, but
Okay, so Mage, you be good. I guess you're taking off, honey. So
yeah, I'll have to take off too. So,
and everybody else out there, I want to thank everybody who's here, and I want to thank everybody who's not here.
hey, Von Rick, was good to see you. Hope we see you more often.
Yeah,
I don't know if
absolutely.
there's anyone else out there.
And okay, so what else? I guess I want to close with thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
Bye, all.
later.
Take care.
YouTube says there's still 7 people watching, so you've got somebody lurking out there.
Wow, that's amazing, isn't it?
Well, I know for long streams like this, a lot of times you have people who, put it on and listen to it while they're doing other things.
Yeah, I was thinking that I couldn't think I was enough to keep people's interest, but to some extent, maybe I am.
My stream with Bree, yesterday he managed to consistently hold 9 people.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Bree is definitely building an audience too.
Oh.
Yeah, I listened to part of it. It was one of the things I put on my late night list, and I fell asleep halfway through it, so I've still got to listen to the rest of it.
Okay. All right, everybody. Take care and have fun.
Okay.
Well,
Bye
let's
bye.
see what we've got